There's a high fly ball. It should be all over. Geronimo's under it. And Cincinnati has won the World Championship, beating the Boston Red Sox 4-3. The Reds win it in Fenway Park.
2 balls, no strikes. 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th. This could be it. Left field. George Foster makes the catch. That's it. The Cincinnati Reds win the World Series. It was a sweep. The final score, Cincinnati 7, the New York Yankees 2.
Good morning, I guess I should say. As we are starting off Reds Country with a bang today as Doug is joining us. And we're going to have open phone lines. I'm going to open those here in a second. So if you can hold off the calls for a second. But, you know, the theme of today's show, I guess is how I should put it. The theme of today's show is we're going to talk the trade deadline, the rumors all throughout the National League, the wild card. I'm going to go ahead and put the wild card on the screen as we see where we have them here. All right. So there's the National League wild card, and I think I've got a little better view of it. So give me 1 second to recalculate that. There we go. There's the wild card in the National League, and we're going to focus on that. Focus on the actual contenders in the National League. I think I can, honest engine, put this up just a bit because I don't care what anybody says. The Cubs are done. They're 6 games out. It's over. And they're not playing good baseball. I would give Washington a better chance of still having a fight in it, but I'm going to scroll past them just so we can see it, the whole screen, so we can see all the way to Cincinnati. Cincinnati is sitting 4.5 out. Doug, how are you feeling right now?
Right now, pretty good. After you sweep the Yankees like that, I mean, we lost heartbreaking last night to Detroit, but as good, especially offensively, if we played lately, I'm liking our chances more and more. I feel like this team is on an uptick. Really playing good baseball as of late. Yeah,
I'll tell you what, that's pretty impressive to sweep the New York Yankees. I mean, that's not something someone does every day, going into Yankee Stadium and sweeping the Yankees.
And not just sweeping them, I mean, scoring a lot of runs against them. So
now they dropped the Tigers yesterday, 5-4, which pretty disappointing because the Tigers suck. I mean, I'm sorry. I was betting on that horse at the beginning of the season. I just did not expect the offense to be this bad in Detroit, but you're going to stub your toe every once in a while. I'm going to tell you right now, man, the Braves, as a Braves fan, they're in a free fall. And I know on the outside looking, you go, what are you talking about? You're 8 games over 500, blah, 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 blah. But their once dominant lead in the National League wild card has just about evaporated. For people who have not looked at it, who have not paid attention to what is going on in the National League wild card, the Atlanta Braves sit a game and a half in front of the number 3 seed St. Louis Cardinals, and they sit just a half game in front of the Padres for the top wild card seed. And so they're sitting there. Let me look at this. Now, the one thing I'll say about the Padres, they've played quite a few more games than Atlanta has. So the Braves are actually 4 games up in the loss column, so that makes you feel a little better. But they are 2 back in the win column, so that's why you have the big discrepancy there. But they are just 1 game in front of the Padres, a game and a half in front of the Cardinals. Then there's a big drop-off. The Giants have gotten red hot, partially to the Atlanta Braves, but the Giants have gone out. They've won 7 of their last 10. They are on the outside looking in. The last team missing the wild card spot, they are 3 games back. So that's been pretty impressive. Just watch that Giants team. I'll tell you right now, from someone who did the games, I can just tell you right now, San Francisco's not that impressive. There's nothing about San Francisco's team that makes you go, wow. But somehow the Braves dropped 2 of 3. They dropped the first game in against Philadelphia. I'm going to put that. There was some really bad umpiring that went down, and that had a little bit to do with it. But all in all, Max Fried got pounded. He didn't pitch a good game. There were a couple of plays that had they called him right, the game's much different because some of the blown calls happen in key parts of the game. But anyway you slice it, they did give up 8 runs. Yeah, I'd say about 3 were gifted to them. But this is a Phillies team that is missing Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber. So the idea that there's one guy in that lineup that can beat you, one, and you let him beat you. In Trey Turner, he hit 2 home runs last night. Two run home runs is what I'm trying to say. Yep. And that's just, it's not conducive to what should be going on for a team that's trying to win it all, right? And so game after game after game, they stub their toe. There's just no way around it. They stub their toe. And so what say you as far as an outside observer, you're a Reds fan. If you watched the Braves much this year, their offense to me just is terrible.
I mean, to be fair to the Braves, I mean, look at from your starting lineup. Look how many guys are not playing. I mean, you lost your star. You've lost 3 of your best players to the DL. So to me, you're playing. I feel like you're playing with one arm tied behind your back. I don't think this is performance. More just you've got a banged up, injured team right now. You know, and to me that has more to do with the Braves being vulnerable than anything else. Because I think if these guys were 100% and you were playing with the lineup that you started the year at, I don't think you'd be here.
Okay, and I get that, but when you have guys like Matt Olson who are not hitting where they should be hitting this year. I mean, you got a guy who hit 54 home runs last year and has 12 going in at about, I mean, where are we? We're 86 games in the season, so we're 4 games past the halfway point.
Right.
He has 12 home runs. So he's on pace for about 22. And in today's game, that sucks. It's terrible. And it's not just him. Austin Riley just got hot. He started to heat up quite a bit. He took Marcell Ozuna's place. Marcell had been the one carrying the team. Now it's Riley. Now Ozuna had a big home run last night, so maybe he's waking back up. But let's put Ozuna and Riley aside and getting more out of what you thought you were getting out of Kid Kelenic, right?
Right.
Kid Kelenic, to me, has been the biggest and best surprise of the entire team. Because even with Riley getting hot, his year-to-date sucks right now. His year-to-date, compared to what you expect Riley to do, he's got 11 home runs. He's got an OPS of 773. This is a guy you expect to have an OPS of 900, and sitting right now, you expect him to at least, bare minimum, be at 15 home runs, right? He's only 37 RBI. If he continues on this pace, you're talking about maybe 65, 70 RBIs. I don't think that's where it'll end up at, but that's what we're looking at. So I'm not trying to turn this into a Braves show, but my point is the Braves have got to do something big. They've got to bring in some bats. And that's where we're going on the MLB trade deadline show we're doing today. For the Reds, who are sitting there, and look, I know they're a long way out, but it's like you said, they've been playing good baseball. And what have the Reds done here? They have won. So they've won what, 3 or 4. Before that, they had a bad skid. They've only won 5 of their last 10. And I do think of your last 10, that's always a good barometer. But they had played really bad right just before they went into Yankee Stadium, right? The one asterisk that you can put on that for folks who don't follow American League, the Yankees have stunk for about 3 weeks. It started just before the Braves met up with them. First of all, the Yankees have lost 8 of their last 10. They're on a 4-game losing streak. Lost again last night. They have a 4.5-game lead on the Twins and 4.5-game lead on the Red Sox and a 4-game lead on the Twins, who are the second and third wild card spot right now, right?
Right.
With all that being said, still a pretty good lead, but man, they had a 7-8 game lead about a week ago.
Yeah, so, between the Reds, I was going to say the Reds, one thing I loved is how badly the Yankees were exposed. Which, when we get into trade rumors, it tells you, watching that series, it tells you exactly who they need to trade for and what they need to trade for. Because, I mean, even I was in shock. I mean, just, you think the Braves offensively are playing bad. You guys are superstars compared to what I saw with the Yankees. First baseman.
What about first base?
Oh, I was just saying, between first baseman, second baseman, third baseman, they've got the worst OPS in at least the American League between those 3 hitters. It's abysmal. They are offensively abysmal. At least what I saw.
Is Anthony Rizzo off the IL yet? Because they've been missing him for quite a minute.
I think he is off, and he looked horrible coming off the IL, I believe. Because I thought I saw him play in game 3, I think. But, everything they did poorly against the Reds is setting up what they need to trade for. And not just, but how they played against the Braves as well.
Let me see.
They are not the team everybody thinks they are.
Well, like I said, they've got some injuries. Stanton is out. Let me see here. He is not off the IL yet.
Okay. Then I didn't see him. They must have been talking about him.
Without Stanton, you face them without Rizzo. That's a big part of their lineup. When their lineup is fully healthy, but that's a big if when you talk about Stanton. I don't think Rizzo is a problem. Rizzo will be back. But that's a pretty darn good offense. It's pretty good, darn good pitching staff, although Luis Hill has had a couple of really bad outings here recently. Before that, Luis Hill, we were talking about Rookie of the Year. Now he's kind of fallen back to the pack. He was about to walk away with it until about 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
But
that is one weakness. So speaking of from the pitching, and I just going by seeing the Reds games, that bullpen is horrible. They have a horrible bullpen. I thought the Reds had a bad bullpen. The Yankees, what I saw in those 3 games, they're horrible. That bullpen is anyway.
But you can't take an entire team. I mean, what 3-game stretch does not make it. I
understand. I'm just saying what I visually saw.
They're not great compared to Yankee standards. I'm looking at their numbers right now. They're ranked 5th in the American League. And where does that put them in all over baseball? Puts them at about top 10.
Sounds about right.
11th. I'm sorry, 12th in baseball. So that's really middle of the pack. So to your point, the bullpen's not really doing its job. Consider what the Yankees are trying to do. You can't have a middle of the pack bullpen. I do think that's going to be their biggest concern. But let's go ahead and get into these trade rumors here specifically for the National League. We'll start off with the Reds. What are you hearing? What are you hoping for?
Right now, it's good. I know this, and this is typical kind of Reds thinking on how they do things. Right now, management has said they're going to wait and see how this next stretch of games goes with our series against the Rockies, the Tigers, and there's one other kind of this home front stretch that we're running. If we do well, we're probably going to be buyers. If it becomes a dumpster fire, if we lose like 6 out of the next 10, they expect the Reds to start selling. But they don't have anything specific right now because that's what the GM has said. They're going to wait through this stretch before they decide if they're buyers or sellers.
All right, so that basically tells me that. And I get that because if you're sitting as far back as they are, and they're sitting quite a bit of ways back. I mean, yeah, you're 4.5 out, but you also have 5 6 teams that you have to leapfrog, just to get that final wild card spot.
Yeah.
Now, the only good thing about that is most of those teams are quite a ways back too. So you're 4.5 out. Pirates are 4 out. Mets 3.5. Diamondbacks 3.5. The Giants at 3, and then that's the cutoff, right?
Right.
I guess my point is, if you get hot over the next week and a half, going into the All-Star break, and then maybe springboard. And remember, we talked about this being a critical part of their schedule in the past. So with that being said, if they can get hot, you could separate yourself from the teams. At this point, I'm not even worrying about catching the Cardinals and Padres right now and the Braves. I'm worried about trying to jockey myself up there as one of the top 2, top 3 teams in the wild card on the outside looking in.
Mm-hmm.
Just get to the deadline to prove that this team is worth buying in on, right?
Exactly.
So you're not just pulling for Cincinnati right now if you're a Reds fan. You're also pulling against the Pirates, the Mets, the Diamondbacks, the Giants, the Cardinals, and the Padres for that matter, because you're trying to just jockey yourself. But the main ones you're paying attention right now, the Giants, Diamondbacks, Mets, and Pirates, because if you can jockey, and you're only a game and a half behind the Giants, who are the top team on the outside looking in. If you can get yourself to that level, to where they are, the biggest problem when you're chasing these teams is when you have so many in front of you, is that just because one loses doesn't mean you're going to make up a lot of ground because the other team that you may be chasing might have won. Because, hell, they might be playing each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the Cardinals, the Giants, and the Padres right now in the National League, in the wild card, they are playing the best baseball right now. The Braves are middling around. They're 4-10, 4-6. They've been on a long homestand, and they've won 4 of their last 10. That's ridiculous.
That's why I worry for the Reds too.
Right.
So even though we've got the easiest schedule in baseball through our 10-game homestand, considering that it's the Tigers, the Rockies, the Marlins. We're playing the worst teams in the worst teams in baseball, and I'm just afraid we're just going to right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule for Cincinnati. Will remind everyone once again, and they're at home against Detroit, Colorado, Miami. This is a huge, important stretch here. Now they dropped the first one against Detroit, right?
Yeah.
This is an enormous stretch here. Look, they got on the outside of the 4 at St. Louis, 3 at Yankee Stadium, and did pretty darn well.
Mm-hmm.
They won 5 of 7. Then they dropped the one to Detroit, and you're like, God, man, just when you take a step forward, you take a step back. But 2 more at home against Detroit, and then they welcome in Colorado for 4, Miami for 3.
Mm-hmm.
What are you looking at is what the next 9 games – my math is right on that, before the All-Star break, what are you looking at as bare minimum what you would want for the rest of this stretch going into the All-Star break?
Especially this home front against these lousy teams. The next 10 games, I personally, if we're going to have anything close to a good season and vie for that final spot, we got to win at least 7 out of the next 10 games. That would keep me happy. If we could at least sweep the Marlins, win our series against Colorado, and then go into the All-Star break with at least 7 to 8 wins going into the All-Star break, I would be happy. I think it would stabilize the team, and then definitely we would know if we're buyers or sellers.
I think you got to win the next 2 against Detroit.
Yeah.
I think you want to take 3 or 4 from Colorado. You don't want to lose that series or split it. So that takes you to an incredible 5-1. That's not likely, but that's what you would love. And then take 2 of 3 from Miami would make you set. If you go, what is that? 7-2, that would be phenomenal. But let's be realistic and let's say 6-3. 6-3.
6-3, 7-2. I'll take it as badly as we've been as of late. I mean, before we went to the Yankees.
Anytime you get 6 out of 9 against Major League Baseball teams, you'll take that all day long. I don't care where you are. Now, I do understand the idea that if you're a fan of the Reds, you really want them to pound the table and get as many wins as you can, because this is the stretch. This is the dream stretch, right? Tigers, Rockies, Marlins, all at home. So that to me, this is an important stretch. And you don't think of it that way when you're talking about, well, they're not playing anybody. They're not playing, big time division rivals, But when you're talking about the wild card and you're talking about the big picture of this, I mean, I think it's crucial. I think it's very crucial to go out there and get at least 6 wins in the next week.
Very possible, though, because 2 of our biggest stars seem to come back to life. Spencer Steer being one. He finally hitting the ball again and putting points on the scoreboard again. And Cruz has been a lot more consistent. And he and Steer have been incredibly consistent in the last the last 5 games. All
right. So let's go ahead and switch gears and talk about the trade deadline. Talk about where we're at sitting here. We're not that far away, but we're going to talk about the trade targets, the realistic trade targets of teams that will probably sell. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to give you, let me see. If you're looking at what is your biggest, you're not going to fix the whole team at the trade deadline. It doesn't happen. But what is your biggest need?
The Reds' biggest need is a right-handed power outfielder. That's what we need. That's what the Reds need. Right off the top of my head, that's what I think we should need.
So the top tier, I'm doing this in tiers, is Randy Arozarena, who appears to be at the trade, a realistic trade option. Taylor Ward of the Angels and Brent Rooker of the A's. You do have Luis Rengifo, who can kind of play all over, kind of a utility knife. And you have Lane Thomas as a outfield option. I still have a hard time believing that the Nationals are going to trade Lane Thomas.
I don't think they are. I mean, his name's been mentioned to the Reds. His name's actually been pushed towards, for some reason, to the to your team, the Braves, too. And I don't see him going anywhere.
See, I really don't see Washington trading one of their better outfielders to a rival. Like, I would love to have Lane Thomas. He's one of my favorite players, mainly because every time I do a Braves Nationals game, he pounds the hell out of us. He owns the Braves. So I would love to add him to the team. So if nothing else, we don't have to face the guy anymore.
Yeah.
Lane Thomas being traded. Here's the idea on that people are forgetting. He is an unrestricted free agent at the end of 2026. That's true. Or at the end of 2025, sorry. So he does have a year and a half. So I get the idea they may move him. But to Atlanta, why? Why are you trading him to your – I think it's more likely that they end up with Jesse Winker, to be honest with you, just because he's a 1-year rental and he's not looked upon. And honestly, I think Jesse Winker, consider what we have in the outfield right now, anything would be would be a welcome change. But here's some other names that are out there. Now, these are guys that have been considered on the trade block. By the way, if you're looking for an infielder, you've got Andrew Vaughn, who's out there, Yandy Diaz, Josh Bell. I'm not as big on Josh Bell, but there are folks out there who love him. Justin Turner. I think there's a very good chance Justin Turner gets traded. Hell, he probably goes back to the Dodgers, knowing how they work. But you've got Eloy Jimenez. I don't think Luis Robert is getting traded. I really don't. I think that's a farce. But outside of that, Mark Kanya of the Tigers, I don't like Mark Kanya. I think he's too streaky. I think he's also a guy you can only realistically put in against left-handed pitching. That's not helping us. We've got Adam Duvall, right? Adam Duvall was supposed to come in and just only face left-handed pitching. Now he's playing every damn day, and he's a disaster.
Yeah.
But here are some other guys that are out there that are being one of the, this is the dream every Braves fan has. Jock Peterson is on the trade deadline, on the trade market, excuse me. But here are some guys that they think, now these are you consider the elite, right? The elite guys that very well could be traded. And it's so funny. You'll get the same publication tell you that the Astros are going to make a big trade for a guy like Christian Walker, but then they also have Alex Bregman on the trade block. And I'm like, which is it? Are they buying or are they selling? Because they're not doing both.
Yeah.
I mean, Christian Walker is out there on the trade block. Now, you look at where the Diamondbacks sit, they're 3.5 out. This next week's going to have a lot to do with where the Diamondbacks are. They host the Braves for 4. If they spit the bit and drop 3 or 4 at home, I think they're sellers. But more of that's to be seen. Bo Bichette, shortstop for the Blue Jays. There's a good chance that he is getting moved. I see Garrett in the comment talking about getting him. The only thing about it, it's the Braves restrictions on what they are willing to spend, and Bo Bichette is not a free agent until 2026. He is going to make $12 million next year, 17.5 in 2025, and I don't know if the Braves are willing to make that. I would love to see Bo Bichette. It would be great. You'd actually have an offensive bat. But would they do it is the big question. Other names, JD Martinez of the Mets. The Mets are kind of in the thick of it. I don't know if they're selling or not, but I do think they sell Pete Alonso if they're not like right on the door. Right? If they're not right on.
I know exactly who they'll sell him to.
Who's that?
I mean, the Mariners are just salivating over Pete Alonso. I mean, he's just mentioned all the time, not just fans, not just critics, everybody's, the Mariners, because the Mariners themselves keep talking about, Pete Alonso, stirring that pot.
I mean, I don't hate it for the Mariners. I mean, the Mariners need some offense.
Great defense, no offense.
Seattle just always feels like the place where bats go to die.
Seems to, yes.
I mean, you never get anything out of those bats. But anyways, Pete Alonso, Christian Walker, Danny Jansen at catcher. Those are your big. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I would not give the farm on Vladdy because I think Vladdy is extremely overrated. I still can't believe that he's the poster boy for MLB The Show this year. Yeah. I think he is what he is, which is about a 25 home run a year guy. Out of shape, bad glove. He is a very cheap version of what we just complained about Matt Olson being this year.
Yeah.
He's a poor man's version of that. Not a poor man's version of Matt Olson, because a poor man's version of Matt Olson is a very good hitter. But Matt Olson's having a terrible year. Now, the next tier of guys that you're talking about that are out there, we mentioned Randy Arozarena, which I think is more likely for the Braves to get. The problem lies with Randy Arozarena is he does not hit free agency for a minute. And if you're going to take him on, what are you willing? First of all, what are the Rays wanting for Randy Arozarena? That would be my biggest question. Now he got paid 8.1 this year. 8.1, right? But he is not a free agent until 2027. And you'll probably get a pretty low arbitration number next year. But he is not a free agent until 2027. So if you're the Braves and you bring in him, where do you put him next year? Because Acuna will be back. Harris isn't going anywhere. And Kelnick is obviously lighting the sky on fire. And they're going to pick up. They're going to pick up the 1-year extension left for Marcell Ozuna. He's only getting paid $16 next year, and he's having a phenomenal year this year. There's no way they don't pick that up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a team like the Braves, where do you put him? So that's why I don't think he ends up in Atlanta. I would love it. I mean, I got a couple. If I had a dream list of guys that we could get now, give me
I'd love it.
Give me 3 guys, your dream list. You're the GM. You don't give a damn about the farm system. You want to win a championship. Now, Doug, who do you want?
Well, Rosanna. I can't even pronounce his name. We just got done talking about. Thank you. Yeah, if I can find him, Bo Bichette, and if I'm having problems with pitching, if my team has a problem with pitching, I go grab Brochette from the White Sox.
See,
that's how I fix my team. If my team is broken or I'm making a run,
I'm talking about the Reds. I'm talking about the Reds. Where are you putting them at? Who are you getting rid of?
Oh, well, then in that case, it would be Zana. Because like I said, I need that power. I need that power bat. I need that outfield bat desperately. Knowing the Reds, though, the other two can't crochet. You can't afford them. So I see the Reds doing that. I see the Reds, if they want to go on the snide, they want to go on the cheap, they make a trade because I think Miami's going to they're going to fire sale their team. And you've got a good outfielder in, like I said, on the cheap is that Brian De La Cruz or Cruz.
Yeah.
I see the Reds doing something like that if they don't get Zana or they don't or if they don't splash.
All right,
that's somebody they would bring in.
All right, so where I'm going with it is number one with the bullet. I want Bo Bichette because he fixes our shortstop problem.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything else in the infield. I do think we probably add a shortstop. If it's not Bo Bichette, then I think you're talking about maybe a Luis Rengifo that you can put in there for offense. He slides all over the place. He can even play corner outfielder. If you don't go that high and you're looking for just a role player, it may be like Ahmed Rosario of the Rays, Paul DeYoung of the White Sox. I talked about this when we played the White Sox a couple weeks ago. I don't hate the idea of adding Paul DeYoung, and he's going to be a really cheap ad because he's looked upon as a role player. But he has reverse splits for a right-handed power bat, meaning he hits much better last few years against right-handers. And it's alarmingly to the point where you want to bench him against a lefty. So you could platoon Arcia and DeYoung, and even to the point where if you get a lead late in the game, you send Arcia out there for defense, right? DeYoung's not terrible defensively, but he's not Orlando Arcia either. So my next big thing would be, if we don't get Bichette, give me Paul DeYoung. And I'm trying to be a little realistic here.
Right.
The next thing would be, we need to get an outfield bat, and we need to get it in the worst way because our outfield absolutely stinks. But I don't think we're going to get Luis Robert, mainly because he's going to be owed so much money on the back end that people keep forgetting, like, what do you do at the end of the season, right? Mm-hmm. This isn't a video game where you can force a trade and get rid of a guy. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. What do you do? Because then teams know you have to move whoever the hell you just traded for, or Jared Kelenic, God forbid. That would really tick me off. The people are talking about Jazz Chisholm, right? Okay, the problem with Jazz Chisholm, first of all, he's extremely overrated.
Look, the other players in MLB have all said that they've said he's the most overrated player in baseball.
But he does have good speed. I get that. But yeah, I don't think that I'm looking at more of who other teams may grab as well.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we were predominantly talking about the Reds and the Braves, I do want to, lend to the idea that other people might be tuning in. If we're not going to get Luis Robert in the outfield, and we can't get Randy Arozarena because what the hell do you do with his contract, right? And that's the biggest question. Like, what do you do? It's not that you wouldn't want him. It's A, what do you have to give up? And oh, by the way, what do we do with him November 1st, right? The other guy that would be of interest would be Taylor Ward. Yeah. And he's in a similar situation. Next 2 years, he's still under contract, but the Angels might be willing to just get rid of him, and then you worry. I think he's an easier piece to move as long as you don't have to give up something major. He's an easier piece to move in the offseason because you're not going to be strapped with him, and you would even entertain the idea of going into the season with him, and maybe you trade him down the line, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't go that mark, Brett Rooker's out there. We talked about Rengifo, Lane Thomas. Love the Lane Thomas idea, but I think the Braves are more likely to land someone like Jesse Winker. I talked about Jesse Winker the last time that I did the National Series. Jesse Winker is a sneaky good outfielder. He's having a pretty good year this year. You've got a couple other guys that are out there that people are going to be kicking the tires on. Starlin Marte, if the Mets fall out of it. He's a guy. Now, the funny thing is, he fits what the Braves need really well. Here's a couple of things that he does. And Braves fans probably don't want to hear this about a Met player, but this is a couple of things he does. He hits for power. He plays pretty good defense. He's a right-handed power bat, which is what they need. And the other thing that I've always admired about Marte, when he stands at the plate, he works the count. He does not go up there and give it bats away. It's very rare you see Starlin Marte swinging at the first pitch and popping it up, and it's a can of corn, and that's the end of the inning, right? He makes you grind. So one thing I can say about when Buck Showalter was running the Mets, and they had that good year in 2022. I know it didn't work out for them, but man, that team grinded. And I have to attribute most of that to Buck Showalter because everybody on the team was doing it, right? They were such a pain in the ass to play because you knew they were going to run your pitch count up. I would love to add a guy who can play a corner outfield position that will work the count and is just a pain in the ass. And you could put him in the bottom part of the lineup, and this lineup would look a lot better. But will the Mets and Braves make a trade? That's the problem. Some of these guys that I'm mentioning, I just don't know if they're going to make a trade. Now, here are the role players the Braves are more likely to end up with. Because we know how those bastards love to clip coupons, right? But this is a realistic Tommy Pham of the White Sox. I don't like him as a person. But you know what? This team may need a punch in the gut. I've been against adding him forever in Braves country. I'm starting to lend to the fact, you know what? What the hell? Let's get a guy who's going to go in there and stir it up and have a little bit of an attitude, because maybe it will give someone in our dugout, a bit other than Chris Sale, a fighter's mentality, So I'm starting to bend on that. If you would have told me March 1st, I would have said, you nuts. No, stay out of it. Now I'm like, we could do worse.
Look, I say buyer beware with that one, because Tommy Pham, Reds fans, we just remember him as the guy that motivated us to pull Steer and everybody else from the minor leagues, get rid of him and start with a bunch of kids. That's how much of a locker room banger he was.
Well, what I remember from him is the reason why I never liked him and I'll never respect him. He's a really bad fantasy football player. Not only did he suck at fantasy football, he got pissed off because he lost, and then he went up there and slapped Jock Peterson.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
So, and when the story came out, it came down to the fact he didn't like the fact that a trade was done. And it sounded like it wasn't garbage. It was that he wanted the player and Jock got him. And so that's why he slapped him. But He does have a fire in the belly, and I've seen him say other things on videos, things where he didn't know he was being taped, and he's a bit of an ass, and he's full of it. I'll put it that way. I've been around the block a time or two. Tommy Phan's full of it. Tommy Phan picked on Jock Peterson because Jock Peterson's kind of a bitch. I mean, let's be honest. He is. He wouldn't have done that to someone that could actually take him out. And anyone that stands at his locker and goes, the reason why I fight in the off season is for this, isn't that is the first dude with a glass jaw. I'm telling you, every time, 9 times out of 8, that's the dude with the glass jaw. So he's a punk, but he might be a punk to give his false bravado going into the playoffs. So I'm starting to bend on him. Here's another interesting one. He's not a great option. We just had him on the roster last year, but Kevin Pillar is going to get moved. He's having a pretty good year. He's a right-handed outfielder. It's not a terrible move, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that is literally bottom of the barrel type stuff. Harrison Bader is another guy being rumored. The guy that I really want, and they're calling him a role player, and I think we could get him on a dime. Hear me out. If you could add Bo Bichette, and I got to be realistic, you're not going to add all studs. If you can add Bo Bichette, give me Miguel Andujar in the corner outfield. Miguel Andujar is having a pretty decent season. He's a one and done. You don't have to worry about what you do with him at the end of the year. And he could give you a thump at the bottom. He's the guy you're putting at the bottom of the lineup. He's not going to back cleanup. He's not going to carry your team. You don't need that if you're the Braves. We have to quit having automatic outs at the bottom of the out lineup. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at the lineup from last night because I always hang it in front of me while I'm doing the games. 7, 8, 9 last night, automatic outs. Duvall, Arcia, and Eli White. That was our bottom of the line. And we're facing the Philadelphia freaking Phillies. And that's what we're sending to the table? That's it? If that's the answer, I'll eat my hat. That is ridiculous. Eli White on a team that said does anybody remember back in January at Braves Fest, Spencer Strider, Chris, they all said one thing. We're World Series or bust. We're World Series. If you're World Series or bust, Eli White is not starting in left field against the Philadelphia Phillies when they come to town. Full stop. What say you?
I couldn't agree better.
Unpack.
That's why I scream about the Reds. Why is Stuart Fairchild always in my left field when the Brewers are in town? So I get it. Stuart Fairchild and White.
Doug, he wasn't just getting a spot start. When we needed someone to pinch hit, we had Ramon Laureano, who they won't put on the IL, but he hasn't played in a week, and he's trash anyways. Let's be honest. He's seen better days. The rest of the bench was this: Zach Short and Luke Williams. What? These are extras if we're putting a movie together. These are dudes walk around the background in the coffee shop. They don't have lines. And that's all you had. Eli White should have been coming off the bench last night for someone to pinch run, not starting in left field. Get out of here. Andujar bare minimum is the bare minimum that I am going to accept as an ad. August 1st, I don't want no damn Eli Whites and Ramon Laureano's on my roster. I can live with Duvall, but he's got to be a platoon/bench player.
Right.
The other idea that you could put in, but I just feel like it gives us too many left-handed bats. He sucks offensively. He's a good defense player. It's Kevin Kiermaier of the Blue Jays. He's on the trade block. Randall Grichuk, but that just seems like, man, that was a great idea 5 years ago. Same thing with the Kevin Pillar. The poor man's addition for shortstop is going to be something like IKF. Man, they're talking about Tim Anderson. Dude, Tim Anderson got DFA'd by the Marlins. Don't talk to me about Tim Anderson.
Oh, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of guys full of bull.
Yeah.
Eloy Jimenez is an interesting one. I don't know what they would want for him. I think he still has I still think you're going to be in the situation of what do you do with him next year. But let's talk about pitchers before I have a stroke. Here's another one. Garrett Crochet. Why is Garrett Crochet getting moved, Doug? Do you make any sense of that?
And I'm just throwing this out here because it doesn't make sense to me, but I think the White Sox are just determined to burn their team to the ground. They are thirsty for prospects, and they'll do anything and throw away anybody to do it. No, it doesn't make sense.
But Garrett Crochet is not a free agent until 2027. At the point,
but he's hot, and other teams want him. He's got a market because he's played. So far in his young career, he's played some pretty good, brilliant baseball. He's been a brilliant pitcher this year so far. And there's a market for him.
Teams don't want him. I'm asking, why in the hell are you getting rid of him?
There's no reason. No, I agree with you. There's no reason to get rid of him.
Here's the other idea that a lot of these writers don't get. If I'm the White Sox and I'm serious about trading Garrett Crochet, why am I trading him at the deadline where there is probably, we'll say 15 serious contenders? Well, serious contenders, 12 serious contenders that'll go out and pony up. Why don't I wait till the offseason at the winter meetings where he'll still have 2 more years of control left, and 29 teams are looking at him? So I would love to have Garrett Crochet. Don't get me wrong. I don't think there's a fan that wouldn't.
Right.
But is that being realistic?
I think this is more like almost like a fantasy hope. And this always, we talked about this earlier. Fans and certain people just want that player to be on this team because it would just be lovely for them. Has nothing to do with reality or how you run a baseball team. Like I've heard Crochet. They keep talking about, he'd be great for Baltimore. Which they're right. Baltimore does need rotation help. But again, it doesn't make sense.
You say Kikuchi is another one that's being dangled out there. Left-handed starter for the Blue Jays. He's okay. He's solid. He's not going to get you over the hump.
No.
Jack Flaherty, probably the same thing. Honestly, I would rather have Jack Flaherty than.
I was just going to say because I was looking at him now. He's got a bad back right now, so I don't know how stable he is.
Right.
But I always thought Jack Flaherty could help your team.
If he's healthy, I don't mind a Jack Flaherty. Okay, of these three, Kikuchi, Flaherty, and Max Scherzer, I'll take Jack Flaherty all day long.
Yeah,
assuming health. Assuming
health. Yeah.
If they kick the tires on his doctor's report or what, then okay, fair enough. But I'm not a buyer of Max Scherzer because it's too damn early, and I'm telling you, middle of August, late August, he's gonna fall apart again. He's either going to get injured or blame it on an injury. Or what's more likely going to happen is his stuff is falling off. And I was watching it the other day. He's great through the first 2 turns. That third turn through the lineup, you got to get him out of there. And come October, you're going to have to get him out of there because all the top offenses are going to – he's not going to make it through 5 innings. So why am I giving up at the farm? I'm much more likely to take a flyer on Justin Verlander but once again, are the Astros really selling? They don't seem like the type that'll sell.
I would expect him more right now to be a buyer than a seller.
My guy that I want, screw Max Scherzer. I don't care about Blake Snell. They keep talking about who's on the IL, by the way.
He comes back next week.
He sucks. Whatever the reasoning is, he's terrible this year.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that I like that's ranked in the top 8, and I think he should be a little higher, give me Nathan Eovaldi.
Yeah.
Nathan Eovaldi is a rental. He's the end of the year rental.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he does have a kicker that can kick in to give him 1 year at $20 million, but I think he would elect free agency anyway, so I'm not worried about that. And if you're the Braves and you bring him in, all right, $20 million? Nathan Eovaldi, that's exactly what we paid Charlie Morton this year. I'm down. Let's go. But I don't think that's what I think he'll probably hit free agency. I think he'll want to test the market.
Yeah.
They're talking about Frankie Montas possibly being traded by the Reds, but that's assuming the Reds fall out of it completely.
That's what I say. That all, like I said, anything with the Reds, wait till the home front games are over before they make a decision. But if they do sell, yeah, I hate to say it, but Montas is, Buck Farmer's on the block, Lucas Sims is on the block, and so is Brett Suter too.
Here is well, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and close this because nobody's calling, so I'm going to take that off the screen as well. Here is the next group of folks that you're talking about with the pitching.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Montgomery is top dog on mid-rotation starter. First of all, he signed a 2-year deal that he can pick up or hit free agency. He's probably going to pick it up because he's been terrible this year.
Yeah.
I'd have to see one start before we hit the deadline. I don't think we're going to see that. And I want to know, look, if Jordan Montgomery can be who he was last year, that's gold. That's gold. But he, just like Blake Snell, they waited to the very end. They signed at the end. I don't think they were in shape. I don't think they were ready. And we're getting what we get out of them. Yeah. Eric Fetty of the White Sox is an interesting one. He's got a pretty good year. He's not a frontline starter, but I'm talking about this is the next tier of guys on the market.
Right.
I'm going to hand you a couple of names. Tell me which one you like the most. Eric Fetty, Cal Quantrill, Paul Blackburn, or Michael Lorenzen.
I like Eric Fetty.
Yeah,
I like him a lot.
I'm not opposed to Paul Blackburn as a guy who's going to eat innings down the stretch. He's not a guy that you're going to think that you're going to hope is in your rotation in October. The thing about Fetty is if something happens to a pitcher down the stretch, he could actually be a decent, okay guy to put in a game 3 scenario. He's not someone you're going to fall in love with. Garrett says Jake Odorizzi. Man. We're not going down that road again. He's just trying to get blood pressure up. The only thing that would be worse than that is bringing Jose Quintana or Marco Gonzalez. They have them on the list. I'm like, really? The relief pitchers, of course, Mason Miller's at the top, but he doesn't become a free agent till the cows come home. Here are realistic guys that could be out there. Ryan Preston, Aroldis Chapman. Aroldis Chapman has been really good with the Pirates this year. I don't know if the Pirates are selling yet, but they have been good. He has been good. Tanner Scott of the Marlins. That could be that the Reds could grab. I don't think the Braves and Marlins are making a major trade like that. Kirby Yates. We've had some times with him in Braves country. He's not terrible. He's fine for a back end of the bullpen. I don't know if I want him as my closer, but he's been thrown into the closer role in Texas because they don't have anything.
Right.
A couple other interesting names there. Kyle Finnegan of the Nationals. I don't know why he's ranked number 9 on their list. Kyle Finnegan's pretty damn good.
And all these names you mentioned, at least look for the Yankees to pluck at least 2 of those.
Yeah, so that's kind of the list that we're looking at. And see if there's any other names here that we can scroll through. By the way, some of the guys that I didn't mention that are definitely role players but are going to be out there for on the trade market, Patrick Wisdom of the Cubs. The Cubs are going to be sellers. George Springer, that's an interesting one of the Blue Jays, although he's not having a great year.
Look for him to unload Bellinger for cash, too.
Yeah. Cody Bellinger.
Yeah.
I would love to have Cody Bellinger. You kidding me? Man, put him. I'm assuming Harris comes back. You put him out in right field.
And you can get him on the cheap. I think you could, like I said, you could practically pay cash for him. I don't think that's a big elaborate deal. That's why I always associate him with possibly going to the Royals, because the Royals need a bat too.
Now, the thing about him is Cody Bellinger, he has the opt-out available, but if he doesn't opt out, Cody Bellinger is owed $27.5 million next year.
That's why I think he goes.
If he opts out, if he doesn't opt out, then he opts in for a 2-year $52 or $53 million deal. If he does opt out, then it's not a problem.
Right.
Do you think he's opting out?
It's just a gut feeling. I think he would opt out. I think he's looking for other pastures. It's just an impression. I could be completely wrong, but it's just an
what
impression.
if he gets traded somewhere that he wants to stay at?
I think I could see him with the Royals. I could see him. I could see the Yankees paying for him.
Other relievers, real quick, because we got to put a cap on this. Paul Sewald, Ryan Presley, I think I talked about him. Yep. Tyler Rogers of the Giants, if the Giants start to fall up, but they're starting to play pretty good baseball. I mean, Kyle Finnegan's been really good. Yimi Garcia and other relievers. Now, these are guys that are kind of on the outside looking in. I'll tell you a guy that's interested me. He's an ex-Brave. We sold him to get Dansby Swanson. Shelby Miller as a middle innings guy.
Mm-hmm.
He has been phenomenal last couple of years. John Brebbia, Lucas Sims, who I know that you want to get rid of.
Well, he's had just a horrible season. That's why I can't justify keeping him if he keeps playing this.
By the way, they keep talking about who the hell is trading for Drew Smiley? Yeah, right. Not in a million years am I trading for Drew Smiley.
Maybe a box of Cracker Jacks and some Kool-Aid I trade for him, but that's
I don't think you have to trade for Kyle Muller. I think all you have to do is pay for his plane ticket.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Shelby Miller to me is interesting. He's a hard-throwing right-hander. He was really good in the Dodgers bullpen last year. He could really give a spark to the middle of that. If you're getting a little more serious about it, though, Paul Sewald, if the Diamondbacks fall out of it, Ryan Presley, Carlos Estevez, he's becoming a hot commodity.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Kepik is an interesting one. I'm gonna give you the walk-off. What say you? Because we got to wrap it up.
As we wrap things up, I'm just saying, as far as trade deadline goes, gotta watch what the Blue Jays do. If traditionally they do not fire Sale, but what they do will determine where a lot of players are going to go, and that's something to watch. And we'll have to wait for how the draft goes for them. After that, they'll make their decision. They'll tell everybody that everybody's for sale or not.
Ask me about 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight, and I want to put the whole damn Braves team on for sale. It's Ranger Suarez is on the bump for the Phillies tonight versus Spencer Schwellenbach. So there you have that. 7:15 first pitch. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. So coming up, 7:15 tonight, first pitch. Let's get it, Braves country. Great job, Doug. We will see you. I don't think we talk again until we start our football show here in about 3 weeks, probably. So because I'm on vacay next week. I'm Elvis is leaving the building, but
I hear you.
It's going to be a crazy. What we're going to try to do is we're going to try to do one of these off to the side after our football shows when we start. I think July 27th is the first football show. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I think
you're right.
We're doing a fantasy football show, kind of an overall betting football show this year. We're going to focus on the betting lines in fantasy football, and all that begins July 27th. We're doing a mock draft. But we will do these National League ones because that's going to be right before the trade deadline. I'll get with you in a second to ask you about the trade deadline. Y'all have a great one. Braves country and Reds country, thanks for tuning in. Y'all have a great one.
Lansford, good hitting Oakland third baseman, and Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air, foul, off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
can't drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it. The fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing, Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right, down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series.
Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam, ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. A banger, and she's gone, baby.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung like drag left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright
evening, Braves country. We just got the message from the Braves and Fox that the game is going to be delayed. We knew this was coming. We just didn't know at the time. I've been monitoring the radar all afternoon, and it looks like that the rain is starting to leave the area. We don't have much of a threat of rain the rest of the night, so that's the good news. The bad news is we're going to be starting at 7:45, it looks like. 7:45. So we'll play the lineups somewhere around the 7:35 mark and get to roll call and all that stuff and get you set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Until then, we're going to just play. Obviously, we won't be able to play a full show of this, but we did want to give you something here while you're waiting around. So we're going to play one of our Once Upon a Pastime series shows, and we are going to, I think we're going to go with unfortunate names in the game. And also, real quick, I want to make an announcement. We'll remind people down the road, by the way. I have gotten it locked down. We are going to do a post-trade show on the trade deadline, which is July 30th. The trade deadline is at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're going to come on live at 6:30. It's a Tuesday night. The Braves don't play until 8 o'clock that night. So we're going to come on for about an hour and do a pregame show of trade reactions. I've got an American League guy. I've got a National League guy. And, of course, I'll be there as well. And we will be reacting to the reason why we're not doing it right at 6 o'clock. I figure some people are going to want to be on, all the big-time TV outlets watching their reactions. Also, there's a tendency that about 15 to 20 minutes after that deadline that late news breaks. So by the time we come on at 6:30 Eastern that afternoon, that evening, however you want to look at it, we are going to have all the information wrapped up, and we're going to react to it. So it'll be an hour, at least an hour long, probably a little longer than that. Braves trade deadline, MLB trade deadline. I'll have our Reds guy with us. I'll have our Red Sox guy with us. So we'll talk American League, National League. We're going to talk all of Major League Baseball on the reaction of whatever happens on that trade deadline. That is Tuesday, July 30th. That'll be 6:30 right here, and that will lead into Braves Brewers. We're on the road that day. Braves at the Brewers. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. Like I said, we should be up and going here in about, 20, 25 minutes, something like that. But we didn't want just dead air or music playing, so we're going to play the unfortunate names, and I hope you enjoy this. We'll be back in a flash. Once again, it's on the screen now, but first pitch looks like 7:45. We're going to come on a little earlier for lineups and all that stuff and get you set for Braves versus Phillies. We'll be back in just a little bit.
You're in Braves country.
All right. Let's have some fun today. I know that a lot of times on our Once Upon a Pastime series, we get in and we get into the nuts and bolts of the history of the game, and we really have deeper looks at things that a lot of folks aren't familiar with. Today we're going to have fun with maybe some names you're not familiar with. And these are the most unfortunate names in Major League Baseball, or in baseball history. They didn't all make the majors. But some folks gave me some suggestions, so I'm running with the top 10. We'll probably do this again. So if you've got suggestions, shoot them to me. But we grabbed the 10 that we like the most, and we're counting them up 10-1. Yeah, you want to stick around for as it gets higher and higher. The first one that we're going to go with is Clyde Klutz. Now, these are the cleaner names. As we get higher and higher, you're going to hear these names. You're going to be like, that was someone's name? That was someone's legit. These are people's legitimate names. This is not some nickname. These are their legitimately God-given names, right? They're surnames. These are the names that their parents decide to hand to them and spend the rest of their life with. So Clyde Klutz was a journeyman catcher. He turned scout later on and convinced Charlie Finley to pay North Carolina pitcher Jimmy Hunter $50,000 to sign with the A's in '64. These are just some of his highlights. A decade later, Klutz, then a super scout with the Yankees, persuaded All-Star, now known as Catfish Hunter, to accept a contract with the Yankees in the first of a flood of free agent contracts. Clyde Klutz earned a World Series ring with the 1946 Cardinals. From 1942 to 1947, he spent time with the Boston Braves. One of the reasons why we started off with them, because you got to have a Brave in here. The New York Giants and the Pittsburgh Pirates as well. After 2 years in AAA, he spent 1951 with the St. Louis Browns and the Washington Senators before his big league career ended in 1952. So nothing great about Clyde's numbers. There was a sports columnist, Jim Murray, that wrote, Clyde was shopped around, usually landing on teams that had a whole lot of dugout room for Clyde Klutz. In addition to managing in the minors and scouting for the A's, Klutz scouted for and was the director of player personnel for the Yankees, the Orioles, before he passed away in 1979. Klutz was from Rockwell, North Carolina, born in 1917. And so that's a kind of a look at Clyde Klutz. Yes, there is a baseball card out there with him. I don't have the current monetary amount for it, but it's always a favorite for fans to talk about Clyde Klutz. You think about a baseball player, you think about them having to be light on their feet, having to be anything but a klutz, and they named him Clyde Klutz, and for whatever reason, he went into baseball, but was a hell of a scout. So there you have Clyde Klutz. All right, number 2 on the list. This is another unfortunate name, as we head to Ronald McDonald. Ronald McDonald is a name in which, yes, spelled the exact same way, nothing different, nothing where you're going, well, yeah, but no. He was named Ronald McDonald. He was drafted by the Mets organization in I believe he was drafted in 1977. So 1977, 17th round in the Mets organization. He did play a little A-ball in 1977, played in 69 games. Now, he never made it to the majors. He made it as high as AAA, but he did have baseball cards, because when you get to that high, in fact, he was at Tidewater AAA 1980, 81, and 82. So they make these cards for you in case you get called up. So the card you're looking at right there on the screen is Ronald McDonald from the 1978. I'm sorry. This is the 1981 card. So you got the 1981 card, Ronald McDonald. He even did some photo ops where he was taking pictures with the clown Ronald McDonald from the famous fast food chain. And McDonald was born in Kenosha, Wisconsin. He was an infielder, primarily second base. He did start trying to learn first base for Tidewater in 80, 81, 82. He played quite a bit of first base. Something happened with the New York Mets at first base that blocked his... Oh, yeah. So you look at his numbers in 80, 81, 82. He wasn't a power hitter, but he was hitting... He averaged in those years hitting about 275. He had, in those 3 seasons, he had about 140 RBI. So a solid first baseman. But right around that time period, before he could go to the next level, some guy by the name of Keith Hernandez was traded from the New York Mets, or from the Cardinals to the Mets, and that was the end of him. So highest he got to was Tidewater Tides. He played for the Jackson Mets in 79, the Lynchburg Mets in 78, and the Little Fall Mets in 1977. So there you have Ronald McDonald. I thought that was a pretty funny one. They get better. Trust me, they get better. But these are the most unfortunate names in baseball history. If you're just joining us, number 1, Clyde Klutz. Number 2, Ronald McDonald. Number 3 on the list, as I get that pulled up here. And most people remember this man, but for a starting pitcher, or a pitcher, period, in the world of baseball, for someone to name you Homer Bailey, and then you decide you're going to be a pitcher and not a hitter. Now, Homer Bailey was actually a pretty good player. But that is the last thing you want to be known as is Homer, right? Homer Bailey was actually... Now this was an actual nickname. It was David DeWitt. Most of these guys, it was their God-given name. But this is David DeWitt Bailey, Homer Bailey. He was given the nickname from when, after his great-grandfather, who attended LaGrange High School in LaGrange, Texas, one of the more famous high schools in Texas sports. During a 2004 baseball game, Bailey won 15 games and lost none. But he was given the name after his great-grandfather, who was nicknamed Homer Bailey. Homer. So he got that nickname basically because of his grandfather was nicknamed Homer Bailey, but he decided to become a pitcher, and it was a really good pitcher, to be honest with you. 15-0. He had a .68 ERA. USA Today named Homer Bailey the member of the All-USA High School baseball team. And in 2004, the Reds selected Bailey with the 7th pick in the first round. Highly touted. Played for the Reds from 2007 to 2018, and then bounced around with the Royals, A's, and Twins to finish out his career. Here's the thing about Homer Bailey that you may or may not remember. Homer Bailey pitched 2 no-hitters, 2012 and 2013. I remember the first time he pitched the no-hitter, we were like, man, maybe he is pretty good. Then he pitched the second one, like, why did they name him Homer? They should have renamed him No Bailey. In fact, we used to joke around about that on the old Armchair Quarterbacks radio show. He would come up for a start. We'd be talking about the game, and someone this is beginning of Armchair Quarterback Radio. The second run, the first run was in the 90s, early 2000s. But someone would mention Homer Bailey's on the mound today. I was like, you mean No Bailey? That he's about to throw another no-hitter. So Homer Bailey, pretty darn good pitcher, but finishes with an ERA of 4.56, only 81 wins. He was a guy that when you look at his statistics up and down for his career, obviously the two no-hitter years, 12 and 13, are highlights for him. No matter if he did anything else, those are highlights for him. But from 2012 to 2014, he won 33 games and had an ERA of just south of 360. In that time span as well, this is another thing that I think he gets forgotten about. In that time span as well, there's 3 years he had 500 strikeouts. So there was a pocket in time where Homer Bailey, or as I like to call him, No Bailey, was actually a pretty darn good pitcher. But just a misfortunate name. I mean, as all get out for a starting pitcher, for a pitcher in Major League Baseball. And I would say that's the worst. That you don't want to be known as Homer. And then we go to our next guy, and you'll remember him as well because he's not been out of the game that long. The rest, I'd say, are a little more obscure. But the next guy on the list is, as I pull him up, Grant Balfour. And Grant Balfour, now he pitched, pull this up real quick. Grant Balfour, I think most people would remember him, honestly, from when his days in Tampa Bay. But Balfour, to me, was a guy that he's known for a few things. Okay, first of all, there we go. There's Balfour celebrating with the A's. Grant Balfour is known for a couple of things. First of all, he was pretty darn good reliever for a long period of time. He played from the Twins from 01 to 04. Then with the Brewers in 07, he was up and down out of the minors. Played for the Devil Rays, as they were known at the time, from 2007 to 2010. And then the Oakland A's is the picture you'll see, we'll explain here in a second, from 2011 to 2013. Tampa Bay, once again, his second stint with them in 2014, 2015. Now, Grant Balfour was, the biggest thing that I remember about him is Balfour had he had a fiery competitiveness in him. He would stare like a hole through you. Grant Balfour, when you look at some of his statistics, and you talk about a guy who actually would step up in big moments. Balfour for Oakland, and this is when Oakland was pretty good. Everyone thinks that Oakland A's sucked for 100 years. Oakland was actually pretty good in the 2010s. In 2012, he had 24 saves. In 2013, he had 38 saves. Grant Balfour was also an all-star in 2013. But if you're not looking at the screen, you hear me keep saying Balfour, it's spelled as Balfour. Balfour. He pronounces it Balfour for good reasons if you're going to be a pitcher, but it is spelled as Balfour. When he used to walk a guy, we used to yell that out. He was known to shout at himself on the mound. I'm talking about, he would get into like screaming matches with himself, using profanity to fire himself up. So if you walk somebody or whatnot, he was known to just curse himself out on the mound. Like you would see it and you'd be like, what the hell is he doing? And he would, I'm going to clean it up a little bit, but he'd say, get it together. What are you, nuts? You suck. Come on. You can do better. He would do that kind of thing, but you could visibly see it. So that's the biggest thing that I remember him from is he would give himself a talking to. I remember hearing a pitching coach one time saying, they asked him if they thought about going out there and talking to him in a tough spot in the game. He said, no, I think that he gave himself a much better pep talk than I could have. And the clip they showed was him. I mean, he might as well have been grabbing himself and throwing himself up against the wall and be screaming at himself so vividly. He got into it with Orlando Cabrera, if you remember him. Cabrera kicked the dirt in front of the batter's box in the direction of the pitcher's mound one time, and according to Balfour, as I always like to call him, Cabrera told him to throw it over the plate. Unaware of Balfour's behavior while pitching, Cabrera was under the impression that he was the one being yelled at. So Orlando Cabrera goes at him. This is when Cabrera's playing for the White Sox. Goes at him because he's cussing himself on the mound. And he goes, well, then throw it over the plate. He's having an argument with a guy who's having an argument with himself. I'll never forget that because the clip of it, oh, my God, like I was in stitches of it. The at-bat continued, and it ended up with Cabrera striking out. Balfour stormed off the mound yelling at Cabrera at that time as he walked to the dugout, and Balfour stated after the game that he told Cabrera to go sit down after he told him to throw it over the plate. So there was no further incidents between the two because after the game, someone told Cabrera, hey, did you know that he curses himself on the mound? He goes, no, what? So the whole thing was squashed and it was laughed about. So he was a part of the Tampa Bay Rays in the second stint. Now with Oakland in Game 3 of the ALDS, Balfour became, I've got to bring this up again. He began cursing at Victor Martinez, who then answered back, leading to both benches clearing. This is in the ALDS. This is a very famous one. And
Out of beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing second base for the Philadelphia Phillies, it's Bryson Stott. 5 home runs, 39 RBI, 21 stolen bases, batting .243. Batting second, playing short, Trey Turner. 7 home runs, 22 RBI, 11 stolen bases, batting .341. Batting third, playing third, Alec Boehm. 11 home runs, 70 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .300. Batting cleanup and playing left field, it's Brandon Marsh. 7 home runs, 32 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting .265. Batting fifth, playing right, Nick Castellanos. A .238 average with 43 RBI, 3 stolen bases, 12 home runs. Corey Clemens, is playing first and batting sixth. 3 home runs, 10 RBI, a .250 average. Batting seventh, behind home plate, Rafael Marchand. 3 home runs, 5 RBI, batting .268. The designated hitter and batting eighth, it's David Dahl. 3 homers, a .214 average, 8 RBI. And playing center field and batting ninth, it's Johan Rojas. 2 home runs, 20 RBI, 16 stolen bases, batting .230. On the mound for the Philadelphia Phillies tonight, it's the southpaw, Ranger Suarez. He's 10-2 with a 2.27 ERA, a .99 whip, 103 innings pitched, 99 strikeouts, 21 walks, 7 home runs, 81 hits allowed. He'll be going head-to-head with Spencer Schwellenbach, who's 1-4 with a 5.68 ERA, a 1.29 whip, 31 2/3 innings, 32 hits allowed, 32 strikeouts, 9 walks, and 4 home runs served. Backing up Spencer in the bottom of the first inning and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Jared Kelenic. Kid Kelenic has 9 home runs, 26 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .268. Batting second, playing second, Ozzie Albies. 7 home runs, 40 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .263. Batting third, playing third, Austin Riley. 11 home runs, 37 RBI, batting .255. And batting cleanup and playing first, it's Matt Olson. 12 home runs, 41 RBI, batting .241. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, it's Marcell Ozuna. The Big Zoo has 22 home runs, 70 RBI, a .296 average. Batting sixth and back behind home plate, it's Sean Murphy. Smurf has 4 home runs, a .222 average, and 9 RBI. Batting seventh and playing right, it's Adam Duvall. 6 home runs, a .176 average, 21 RBI. Orlando Arcia is batting eighth and playing short. He has 6 home runs, 23 RBI, batting .211. Eli White is batting ninth and playing left field. He is 0 for 4 on the year. No home runs, no RBI, no stolen bases. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate, it's Trip Gibson. First base umpire is Mike Esterbrook. Second base will be manned by Eric Bacchus. And down the third base line, Laz Diaz. Atlanta Braves come in 47-39 on the year, 27-17 at home. Philadelphia Phillies are 58-30, 25-16 on the road. Your Atlanta Braves are minus 120 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. We'd like to thank all the Country Club members for helping support the channel. Please become a Country Club member today. And if you haven't already, smash that like and subscribe to Braves Country Radio. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Phillies Game 2 of a 3-game set. Braves need to win tonight to force a rubber match tomorrow afternoon with Raylo on the mound. We got the Spencer Schwellenbach Cornhusker emoji kicking in the chat for the man on the mound tonight. Country Club members, warm up those chop arms. In Braves Country, get your game face on. right,
this bus
Braves
moving.
country.
Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
I'm assuming we'll get going here in just a little bit, so we're going to go ahead and do roll call now, because normally when they come out of a rain delay, it's all of a sudden the screen goes from this event is into a weather delay to boom, first pitch. So we're going to go ahead and rock this now. We got some country club additions to acknowledge, so let me scroll through these. Let's see. Welcome in Brian Andrews, new country club member. The GOAT has gifted 5 country clubs, so we're going to do them all right here. I believe I'm getting all the ones right. We've got the Dirty Birds Be Dirty, Robert Smith, Snowman, Rishi Rich, and Nathaniel. Nathaniel Brooks has been a member for a hot minute. This is Brian Andrews. Membership to Sean Roberts. I think I missed a few more earlier. I had to refresh the screen. I don't know if that's Envy gifted our biggest Philly fan in the chat, Star Wars 99. All right, before y'all get tired of that sound, let's go ahead and get into pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. It is time for that roll call. So let's restart this.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, country club members. I'm going to have to do this in just the order that I see them, because there's so many of them. We had such a long delay. So, good evening. I know we got GOAT in the chat. I see JC. I see Charlie and Envy. I saw Brian Andrews and Mark Ricardo. I saw Pushing Buttons, Velvet, all the way from Curacao. I see Nathaniel Brooks. I see Gary the Real McCoy. Who else do we have in here? We've got I might be skipping over some of these because I'm going to rifle through them. I think I already said Mark Ricardo. We'll see. And D. Welcome back, D. Carroll. Also gifted by membership by the GOAT. Let me see, who else do we have here? Who have I missed? We've got, I don't see some of the regular ones, but I might have missed them. There's John and Jillian. Welcome back. I thought I saw some other names. I don't see them now, but like I said, when I refresh the screen sometimes, I lose some of the names. Jeremy, good to see you. Thomas Cook. Robert Smith. Snowman, good to see. Long time no see. Rishi Rich. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I might be butchering that. Good to see you, Sean Roberts. Margaret, good to see you. Edward Spry. We're just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. It looks like we will get started here in about a minute, so we're getting set for that. The Braves are wearing their City Connect jerseys, which are basically just a mesh of the 80s home and the 70s Hank Aaron era jerseys. White jerseys top to bottom with the light blue sleeves. For the A on the chest. Light blue ball cap with a blue bill and a white front with the blue A outlined in red. Spencer Schwellenbach is firing his final warm-up pitches. You'll see 6 pitches from old Spence tonight. He likes to lean on pretty evenly. He goes with the 4-seam, the slider, the cut, and the curve. They're pretty even. The 4-seam comes in at 24% of the time, slider 21%, cut 20%, and the curve 18% of the time. But to keep you honest, he does have a split that he tosses in 10% of the time, so pretty regularly, and a sinker at 7% of the time that really works more like a 2-seamer. Philadelphia Phillies are wearing their road grays tonight, and Schwellenbach given time to be able to do his final warm-up tosses. Phillies have their road grays top to bottom. Phillies across the chest in red, outlined in silver. Red ball caps with the white P. And you'll see a little different in their lineup tonight. Captain Caveman is back in the lineup. He's batting cleanup. Brandon Marsh. Alec Boehm is back playing his normal position at third. And at first base, it's Cody Clemens. And we've talked about this before, and I know Philly fans know this, but yes, he is the son of Roger Clemens. And once again, I'm sure they'll be focusing it on the Fox, just like they focused on it on the Applecast. Both Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber, so the number 1 hitter, the number 3 hitter in the lineup, are out on the IL. Of course, the Braves have been out for a month and a half from Acuna and a month with Harris. First pitch on the way, and yes, sir, it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way from Schwellenbach is up high and wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0, swing and a miss. Got him with that slider, 1-1. The prop bet for tonight for Schwellenbach strikeouts was very low. It was 4.5. The 1-1, right there at the knees, 1-2. I do believe that he's going to hit that. I'd be shocked if he didn't. The 1-2 pitch, kicks and fires, down below the knees, misses, evens up the count 2-2. Typically, when you got a guy who's thrown a lot of strikeouts so far, the 2-2 pitch, swung on, chopped in front of the mound, in front of the home plate, but it rolls foul down the third base side. First looked like it was heading towards the mound, but it took a turn towards foul territory. You got a guy that gets a decent amount of strikeouts and a team seeing him for the first time. You figure he's going to collect a few on the first turn. So the 2-2 count. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Kicks and fires, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got his first one, 1 away. Swell of a good pitch. He pulled the string on that splitter to put him away. Schwellenbach going head-to-head with Ranger Schwartz, who very well could be the National League representative to open the All-Star game. It's the first pitch on the way to Trey Turner's called for an outside strike. It's 0-1. Righty-righty, the 0-1. Misses outside, 1-1. Trey Turner hit 2 two-run home runs last night. That's really what did the Braves in. The 1-1 pitch, swing, chop foul down the line. It's 1-2. But I'm not going to put that all on the feet of Max Fried. There was a couple of things going on. First of all, he got hosed by the umpires a few times, and they left him in too long. So the Braves management is the 2-2. Or 1-2 misses outside. It's 2-2. The Braves management and Blue were up against it. The 2-2 pitch to Turner is down and away, ball 3. So a full count. Schwellenbach 11 pitches in. Kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field. Will it hold? Kid Kelnick makes a running catch, and there's 2 away. 2 down. Setting up the new screen here. Let's see if we get this set up here for you. 2 down. Schwellenbach goes to work on Alec Bohm. First pitch on the way is out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. That should have us fixed up for the rest of the game. The 1-0. Swung on, chopped off his instep. 1-1. Alec Bohm coming in, batting .300, 11 home runs, 70 RBI, and .843 OPS. He still has not touched home plate on that Sunday night. Here in Braves country, the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him chasing that bender down and away. The curveball, 81 miles an hour. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Righty. Schwell kicks and fires. Swing, fouls it straight back. Brought the heat. They were setting up inside, but the ball was well out over the plate. Fortunately for Schwellenbach, it was a little too far out over the plate. The 1-2. Schwell looks into Smurf and fires. Swing, chopper back to the mound. Schwell's got it. Plenty of time. Flips it to Olsen, and there we have it. That's called a 1-2-3 inning. Let's grab the bats, Braves country, and put some pressure on them Phillies.
I don't know who needs to hear this today, but whatever you're going through is going to get better. It's probably going to get worse before it gets better, but it will eventually get better, or it won't. You know, you may be...
The home Met team waving their outfielders in. Here's Rick Camp with a game on the line. 2 outs and no one on base.
Well, they could go to another pitcher, but in 18 innings, they've used just about everybody.
No, the only 3 guys left are Bedrosian, Perez, and Zane Smith. There's a strike, 0-2.
So they've researched that, and they figure that Camp is the best hitter of the 3 left.
It'll be an 0-2 pitch. And he is at the deep left. Heat goes back. It is gone. Holy cow. Oh, my goodness. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Rick Camp. I don't believe it. That certifies this game as the whack wild, most improbable game in history.
Nobody can believe it. Camp makes it 11-11, his first Major League homer.
I mean, unbelievable.
There was a time, according to Jim Lefevre, when he was playing with the Dodgers, and they had the great pitching staff, particularly Koufax and Drysdale. And they were sitting around early in the season going down the whole National League. And they were trying to figure out how to pitch to these guys. And they'd say, Banks, well, pitch to Banks this way. And Mays, pitch to him that way. And Eddie Matthews, low and away. They finally came to, someone said, Henry Aaron. Dead silence in the Dodgers clubhouse. And finally a voice piped up and said, make sure there's no one on when he hits it out.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Kid Kelnick from Suarez is a fastball well inside, almost gets him in the ribs. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing. Chops it foul in between home and first. 1-1. Ranger Suarez could very well be the starting pitcher in the NL All-Star game. The 1-1 inside. Did he go around? They're going to say that he did. I don't know about that one, 1 and 2. I'd like to see or did he call that a ball? We got another one of these. They're calling that a strike. Okay, we got another one of these umpires that kind of does the limp wrist strikes. The 1-2, down and away, 2-2. Ranger Suarez will come in with his four-seamer 32% of the time, curve 20, and in the change 19%. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's rattled down the right field line. If it's fair, it's trouble. It is bouncing up. That gets down where the green grass grows. It jumps into the stands, and Kid Kelnick rocking and rolling with a leadoff double. Let's get it, Braves country. Hard hit ball right down the line. Ball was hammered. Kelnick kind of pulling up a little lame. I'm hoping he's okay. I'm hoping he's just taking his time. Doesn't appear to be anything wrong. He's just not as quite as fast as he normally is coming into the base. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies. The Wiz takes the first pitch high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Lefty, righty, open stance by Ozzie. Swung on, that ball is rifled into right field. That's going to get through for a base hit. Here comes Kid Kelnick. He's flying around first. And your Atlanta Braves.
I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
The Wiz makes it 1-0 with an inside-out swing going against He was going against the shift that they had in the infield. Great piece of hitting by Ozzie. Fought it off. The Braves lead at 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, the first pitch to Austin Riley is down and in. They said he went around. It's 0-1. Only one other game on right now, and that's the Dodgers and Brewers. The 0-1 swung on, fisted, foul, and out of play, 0-2. Your scoreboard looks like this. Well, there's a couple of games wrapping up, but none of consequence because the A's are pounding Baltimore 19-6. The 0-2. Kicks and fires. High and out of the zone, 1-2. So a 1-2 count to Riley. Batting .364 lifetime with 2 home runs against Suarez. 11 home runs this year. The 1-2. In the dirt. Good take by Riley. Trying to get him to chase that bender. Mets beat the Pirates 5-2 earlier today. The A's 19-8 is a final, as my scoreboard finally updated, over Baltimore. Washington 14-6 over St. Louis. The 2-2. Caught looking, strike 3. Fastball in the inner cut, and he just watched it go by, 1 away. Detroit 5-3 winners at Cincinnati. Man, Cincinnati cannot buy a win at home after sweeping the Tigers. Sweeping the Yankees in Yankee Stadium. Cleveland 5-4 winners over San Francisco. Toronto 5-4 over Seattle. That's a final. Suarez flips it over to first to keep Ozzie close by as Matt Olson steps in. Dodgers lead the Brewers 3-1. They're in the third. Minnesota 9-3 over Houston. That's a final. And the Yankees pound the Red Sox 14-4. Angels 7-0 winner over the Cubs. Hendricks got blown up again. He has an ERA now of 7.53. Oof. So an 0-1 count. After a check swing foul from Olson, the pitch. High and out of the zone, 1-1. Texas 4-3 winners over Tampa. And Miami beat the White Sox in a, I can't believe you're watching that game, 4-3. And that's your out-of-town scoreboard. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Good pitch by Suarez. 1-2. There are 2 games later tonight. Kansas City's in Colorado and Arizona is at San Diego. That's not till 9:40. The 1-2 from Suarez. 1 on, 1 out, 1 in here in the first. Ones are wild, the 1-2. Caught looking, strike 3. Fastball in the outer cut. It was close. It was a 50-50 ball, and Olsen doesn't like it. But once again, and I really think this comes down to Seitzer, you've got to teach your guys, man, you cannot take a pitch that is that close with 2 strikes. You know, if you want to be picky with 1 strike, no strike, okay, fine. That's what you should do. But with 2 strikes, you've got to protect the plate. Marcell Ozuna swings at the first pitch. It's a hanger, and it's a banger. Is it going over? Zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam-a, ding-dong, a 2-run shot, and the big zoo puts 2 on the board, and it's 3-0 your Atlanta Braves. A hanging curveball, and he smoked it 414 feet over the center field wall to dead center. Hit them where they ain't, boys, and they ain't over the fence. Braves lead at 3-0. They're jumping all over Ranger Suarez. First pitch to Murphy is high and inside for a strike. It's 0-1. This continues with Suarez. Expect to ghost IL because he got pounded by the Marlins last Sunday as the 0-1 pitch. High and inside, 1-1. They had a stat up there that before June, he had a 1.7 ERA, and in the month of June, he's got a 3.7. The 1-1, right there for a strike, 1-2. If you add this to it, since June, he has been getting pummeled. So a 1-2 count. Pitch to Murphy, down and in, good take. 2-2. The 2-2. 2 outs. Pitch on the way to Smurf. Swing, and he rocks that one high and deep. Does that have enough? Going back on the track, making the catch at the 385 mark is Captain Caveman, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 3 on the board. We'll be back in a flash. Let's get it, Braves country.
Should we start drinking now so we have a nice buzz when we get there? We're only going to Walmart.
Welcome back to another episode of the podcast. Today's guest, my radiator. Anything else? Thanks.
Bro, I ain't got to worry about my wife cheating. I got to worry about her driving like she got 9 lives, running her mouth like she's 6'4", and if she's actually ate anything today, or she's just still running off pure rage and caffeine.
I ain't nothing but an old country gal. You know, I like sitting outside, sitting by the campfire, drinking Coors, waving at neighbors, petting my dog, drinking some more Coors. It ain't nobody bothering you about nothing.
You better not be burning any trash over there.
You
armchair.
For 20 years, Henry Louis Aaron had been the quietest of superstars, self-assured, utterly reliable, intensely private. Born in Mobile, Alabama, seasoned in the Negro Leagues, he played brilliantly for the Braves, first in Milwaukee and then in Atlanta. But as the 1973 season drew to a close, he was suddenly the focus of even more attention than Roger Maris had endured 12 years earlier. He was just 15 home runs short of Babe Ruth's lifetime record of 714.
Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 3-0, but remember, Schwellenbach is ran into trouble in the fourth inning. Now, what that really is when he starts to see the lineup for the third time, that's when his numbers really go up. I would think they're going to spell Schwellenbach today, if need be, with Grant Holmes. Schwellenbach goes back to work. First pitch on the way, right there for a strike. Kisses the black on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Brandon Marsh, Captain Caveman, batting .267, 7 home runs. The 0-1. Swing. That ball's rifled into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Eli White cuts it off, and he'll have a leadoff single to start the second. Brandon Marsh is one of the most mid-outfielders on the planet, but when he plays the Atlanta Braves, he turns into Ty Cobb. Always on base, always a pain right there on the base paths. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is in the dirt. Good block by Murphy. It's 1-0. Once again, you're seeing Murphy, and you see all the guys do it nowadays, and we've talked about this, but they just backhand everything. I would like to see them get out in front of it. The 1-0. Swing. That ball's lasered into left field. Coming in, making a sliding catch is Eli White. Good defensive play. 1 away. Big catch there by White. That would have put runners at worst first and second, nobody out. Instead, it's 1 on, 1 out, and Cody Clemens coming to the plate. Clemens batting .250 with an .812 OPS. Son of Roger Clemens, the Rocket. First pitch on the way to Cody is a strike on the outer edge. Bender. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty-lefty kicks and fires. That pitch is nowhere near the zone. Well outside wide. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Marsh leaning off the bag. The swing from Clemens is rifled foul down the line. 1-2. Braves 3, Phillies nothing. Top of the second inning. The 1-2. Down and away, 2-2. Yeah, we've been calling him Book of Eli since he came up in the spring. Of course, we called him that last night. I think that's a nickname that'll always stick. The 2-2, top of 2. 1 on, 1 out. The pitch, swing. That ball's hammered into right field, and that is down for a base hit. Captain Caveman goes first to third, and they've got runners on the corners. No, they do not. Clemens stretches it into a double, and he's safe. Man, that's a close play. I don't know how he got in there safe. Clemens is looking around like he feels like he's out. So I would seriously be thinking about, and they do want to challenge it. Clemens has that look like, I don't think I was safe, man. He's just got that look. I don't have an angle to prove that, but I'm telling you right now, the look he's got. So the throw definitely beat him. And if he applied the tag, second base umpire Eric Backus was in terrible position. But he's definitely out. Even if that front arm touched the bag, it came off the bag, and Arcia held the tag. He's out by a mile, but they were out last night and they gave it to him, so we'll see what happens here. He's definitely out. It's either 1 on, a runner at third and 2 outs, or it's second and third and 1 out. Good throw by Duval. He didn't really step into it, but he was hurrying. And he is out. Laz Diaz, the crew chief. I'll never understand why Laz Diaz is a crew chief. I guess it's just because of age. Laz Diaz gives the call, and there's 2 down. So a big defensive play. Good throw by Duvall, but an even better tag by Arcia because he held the tag. That was the key. So many of these guys, and I don't understand why they're not being taught differently, they are popping the tag and lifting the glove. And in the age of replay, there's nothing to be lost by holding that tag. First pitch on the way from Schwell is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Well outside wide. 1-1. Rafael Marchand is the batter. The Hind catcher batting .268. Pretty good numbers for a young catcher. The 1-1 swing. That ball's lifted high. Not very deep. And to end the inning, it's the Book of Eli. Adam Duvall with the big play and the Magic Kingdom making the tag. We'll be back in a flash.
Dad!
What?
I know you drink a lot, but what the heck?
What do you mean?
Look what you had me for lunch yesterday. Half a taco from dinner last night. A hot dog bun. A whole thing of Greek yogurt.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
A piece of lettuce. A strawberry. A raw egg and a fat carrot.
Oh, my God. Would you just go get dressed for school?
I tell you, I never thought I'd get a chance to do this right here. This is about the 4th inning I went. This game's kind of dragging on a bit. I wouldn't blame them if they found out, that it's going to be a little bit longer and they went on to bed. I appreciate y'all staying. It means the world to me. People all the way up in the upper deck, people down here in the lower bowl, man, I love y'all so much. I'm so proud to be a St. Louis Cardinal for this long and to win 200 games the other day with everybody supporting me. It was a dream come true. The first one's called Hey Y'all, and it's all about growing up in the South. It's all about good manners and sitting up straight and respecting your elders, and I hope you like it. Let's play it for him, Gary.
300 writers who had largely ignored him till now began traveling with the team, determined to be on hand when he broke the record. But at season's end, his total was still 1 short of tying Ruth Smart. The pressure from the media and the fans continued all winter long. I was a prisoner in my own apartment, he said. I lived like an outcast in my own country. At one point, he was receiving 3,000 letters a day, most of them unsigned. I don't want them to forget Ruth, Hank Aaron said. I just want them to remember me.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball here on Braves Country Radio. If you haven't already, smash that like. Subscribe today. Become a Country Club member today. You want to help support the channel. We hit the 100 likes mark in the middle of that Laz Diaz debacle. Actually, it wasn't Laz Diaz. It was Eric Backus that blew the call, but I'm always going to blame Laz Diaz. So we took down the sign. I appreciate everybody smashing the like. If you haven't already, please do so. First pitch on the way from Suarez to Adam Duvall is outside wide for a ball. Those of y'all listening on radio, the throw from Duvall as he swings and misses at the 1-0 upstairs. He was in a hurry to get rid of it, so he really didn't get a long stride into it. Pretty impressive throw considering how quickly he had to get rid of it. The 1-1 swung on, pops it up high and deep into right field. It is going to stay in play, making the catch in the deepest part of the right field corner that you can go is Nick Castellanos. One away. Unless they make a major announcement tonight, it will be Raylo tomorrow. And unless something goofy happens, we will have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of Game 3 of this series right here on Braves Country Radio. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Next week, if you haven't looked at the times for next week's game, oof. We're not getting sleep next week, boys and girls. The 0-1. Outside wide, misses 1-1. Monday through Friday, all 5 games are 9:40 Eastern first pitch as we head out to the West Coast. The 1-1. Inside, 2-1. We head to play 4 in Arizona and then a big series to end is the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-2. 4 in Arizona and then a big 3-game series in San Diego to finish the first half of the season. The 2-2 pitch swung on, chopped softly in front of the mound. Suarez has it, flips it over to first. 1-3 put out, 2 away. Two down. The more and more I see that highlight of Bryce Harper staring down Orlando Arcia. Man, I'd have been all in on Orlando just going in and just tackling him. First pitch on the way to Eli White is bounced in between home and third. It's 0-1. Eli has not collected a hit yet. 0 for 4 last night. If he gets on, he's got good speed. The 0-1, swing and a miss up top. Sinker blew it right by him at 91 miles an hour. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Lefty, righty. Suarez brings it. Caught looking, strike 3. Got to swing the bat, son, or you'll be headed back to AAA. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Dude, I'm so tired. I'd do anything to get 8 hours of sleep at night. Oh, just go to bed 8 hours before you have to wake up. Nah.
You praying? I'm asking the Lord to watch over my little girl.
Well, while you're at it, ask him for a win. I got money on this.
You bet on a kid's baseball game?
I got 3-1 odds.
I actually was jogging off the field. I'm like, dang, boy, he look mad. Boy, he finna give it to somebody. And then I'm like, oh, it's me.
Hey, bro, since the 1980s, the average rent price done went up damn near 4 times. And the cost of food done went up like 4 times. Yep, that too. And the cost of every object you could buy with money has also went up 4 times. Yeah, quadruple. That was the plan. What about the American dream? You don't think that's evil?
All right, I'd like to review the expense report from the sales trip. Could you please pull up the expense report? And I believe that Kate should be pulling up first, which is a perfect example of how your report should look. Staying within budget, that's great job. Brian, pull yours up next, please. All right, see, this is where everything goes awry because your budget was $60 a day and you just blew through that.
Okay, well, it's New York, so, you can't even get like a cup of coffee for $60.
Honestly, that doesn't give you liberty to spend $17,000 on one client.
Gotta spend money to make money.
You're expected to stay within the budget at least. You do not need to take the client to Sapphire Gentlemen's Club.
Honestly, for the last time, no one should be going to a strip club on the company card.
On opening day 1974, the Braves played the Reds.
3-1 pitch. There's a drive into left field. That ball is going, and out of here. Henry Aaron has just tied Babe Ruth in the all-time home run parade. The crowd is up. The standing ovation. His teammates are there to greet him. A 3-run blast by Henry Aaron has tied the great Babe Ruth.
Pitch on the way. Schwellenbach to Dahl is outside wide. It's 0-1. Swing and a miss. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Swing and a miss upstairs. 0-2. Schwellenbach brings it, swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. Strike 3. Schwellenbach dealing to start the third, one away. First pitch on the way from Schwell, righty-righty matchup. Up against Rojas. Just below the knees for a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Inside, misses, ball. No, they're going to call that a strike. We'll take it, 1-1. So 1-1 count. Kicks and fires, swing, chops it foul. Bounces it off the plate, and then that ricocheted off his leg, 1-2. The 1-2. Kicks and fires, swung on, chopped down the third base line. High throw by Schwellenbach. Good lunge by Olsen to keep that from sailing into foul territory down the right field line. The runner is safe. It'll be an infield single. But it was basically a swinging bunt. And with Rojas' speed, not much of a chance you're going to get him on that one. Pretty impressive to even keep it that close. I know he's got a strong arm, but his body weight was heading towards the third base dugout. First pitch on the way. Top of the order we go. Bryson Stott takes the pitch outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-lefty. Runner at first. One out. The pitch. Up top, misses. 2-0. It's going to be hard to double up Rojas and Stott, both with very good speed. It's going to have to be an Adam type of ball to one of the middle infielders to turn that. The 2-0. Up top. Curveball. 2-1. The 2-1 count. Schwellenbach with 2 strikeouts so far. Thought he'd have at least one more by now. The 2-1 from Schwell. Swing. That ball's hit hard on the ground. Bounces. Nope, that's going to be an out, I believe. Did that not hit the runner? Did that not go off the runner? The ball was ricocheted between first and second. Did that go off of Olsen's foot? Oh, it's off his glove, and then off the runner's foot, so he'll be safe. I thought that ball hit the runner first, but it went off his glove, and then he kicked it as he was running. So that's not going to be an out. If the ball would have hit his foot first, and honestly, if Olsen doesn't stick his glove down, it probably does hit his foot, then he's going to be out. So first and second, one out, and Trey Turner smokes one into left field. That's going to bring home a run. If Eli's smart, he will not go home with it, and he does not, and it's 3-1 Atlanta. Hard hit ball. That's going to bring Alec Bohm to the plate. Bohm is 0 for 1. Stands in. Double play would get us out of this jam. First pitch on the way to Bohm is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. I don't think these producers will ever understand that the fans want to see the game, and you can have the guys talking in the background. You don't have to show the guys. The 0-1. Top of the zone. Bender for a strike. It's 0-2. So he's gone cutter, and then that was the slider on an 0-2 count. If he wants to try to get him to chase, he may go to the curve outside, or he may just go right after him. The 0-2 swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field. Coming in, making the running catch is Kid Kelnick. He'll fire it back into the infield. The runners have to retreat 2 away. Good defensive play by Kelnick. I think Bohm was sitting on that too. So Murphy and Schwellenbach have got to get together in the dugout during the break and talk about they're being too predictable. And maybe they're, with the runner at second, they're pushing a sign along. But anyway you slice it, you got to. He looked like he was sitting on that pitch. First pitch on the way to Marsh is a bender, 85-mile-an-hour slider, about belt high, dangerous pitch. It's 0-1. Captain Caveman's 1 for 1 with a single in the second. The 0-1. Fastball right there for a strike on the outer edge, 0-2. Might have been a touch outside, but we'll take it. Schwellenbach dangling by a thread here. Runners at first and second, 2 outs. An 0-2 count, would love a strikeout. Maybe lift his spirits a little bit. The pitch. Fastball misses high. Might have been his splitter. 1-2. Braves 3, Phillies 1, top 3. The wind appears to have died down in there in the outfield. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. Well, he gives up the 1 run, but bounces back. Him and Murphy will get in the dugout and talk some game plan. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it 3-1.
He said there wasn't a spark between us anymore. So I tasered him. I'll ask him again when he wakes up.
My mama always told me I could be whatever I wanted. So I became a problem.
I mean, honestly, who'd have thought they would have banned you from every escape room game in Tennessee just because you're too good at it? What? Don't put me in a room made of drywall and tell me I have to escape. I'm getting the fat of that 5 to Sparta kick all the way home. I ain't got time for no puzzles. What puzzles me is the admission fee I paid to get in here is not going to cover the amount of drywall I'm about to up. What the fiend you're calling me police to what? Bring me the key to the city for setting a high score? 30 seconds flat, I'm out that promise you.
And what do we say when somebody flirts with us? I like your eyeballs as well.
Jaden has $1 bill, 1 quarter, and 2 pennies. How much money does he have? Jaden broke.
On Monday night, April 8th, at home in Atlanta, Aaron faced Al Downing of the Los Angeles Dodgers. His mother and father were watching from the stands.
Henry Aaron in the second inning walked and scored. He's sitting on 7-14. Here's the pitch by Downing. Swinging. There's a drive into left center field. That ball is going to be out of here. It's gone. It's 7-15. There's a new home run champion of all time, and it's Henry Aaron. Monday night, April the 8th, 1974.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Great minds think alike there, Brian. The kids laugh every time I hear it. It's too. Hey, Braves lead it 3-1. First pitch from Ranger Suarez to start in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Jared Kelnick is inside for a ball. Kid Kelnick doubled in the first, scored a run when Ozzie hit knocked him home. And then the 1-0 pitch swung on, chopped foul, 1-1. And then shortly later, Marcell Ozuna hit his 23rd of the year, a 2-run shot, the 1-1, down and in. Good take by Kelnick. I'll tell you what, he's looking better and better at the plate every day. Just seems like he's really growing as a batter. So a 2-1 pitch. Swung on, that ball's rifled hard over to Turner. He's got it. High throw. They're going to get him on the tag coming down the line. 1 away. If he knew that throw was going to be high, he could have dove into the bag. But not much of a chance to predict something like that. He ran right through into the tag. Really high throw. Very good jump by Clemens. Only thing that makes you nervous about that, you last second you're trying to dive out of the way and you're trying to toe tap the bag. You worry about a guy injuring himself. I'd say Pete Rose it and just run through his ass. Let's see if he can hold on to it. Or do like, remember when A-Rod beat the hell out of the guy's glove in the playoffs? It was such a big controversy. What's the worst they're going to do? Call you out? So 1 down. Ozzie Albies will come to the plate. The Wiz from the right side tonight. First pitch on the way is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing and corkscrews it foul off the plate. The 1-1 pitch. Swing. Chops it down the third base line. Is that fair? Looks like it is. Bohm fires it over to first, 2 away. I just saw the comment asking about the tumblers. We should be getting them put up probably tomorrow, I believe. We had a problem with the putting it in the system. We're going to try to put it together either before or after the game tomorrow. First pitch on the way to Riley is right there at the knees. For a strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty-righty, pitch on the way, high and out of the zone, 1-1. It'll be available to buy from right here on the on YouTube. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. And it's those steel tumblers, I believe, either 32 or 40 ounces. I have to double check that. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Good take. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. We've got the picture of it somewhere here. I'll put it up during the break. The 2-2. Suarez, by the way, at 44 pitches, so pretty good on that front. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Riley blew it right by him. He looks lost up there. Normally handles Suarez well, but not tonight. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it 3-1.
Are you smart?
Yeah.
Are you strong?
Yeah.
Are you brave?
Yeah.
Are you pretty?
Yeah.
Are you kind?
Not really.
Is there a reason why you went through my phone?
Yeah, I'm trying to see who this little Miss Jumper Cables is. Wait, that's me. Why do you have me saved as that?
It's simple. You always start your
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
All right, time for bed.
Why hasn't that person spoken to you in a while? Is it because they hate you? Maybe everybody's saying bad things about you, and maybe they're trying to cancel you for something you didn't say or do. And what if a nuclear bomb goes off and you don't have enough food or water or weapons? And do you have a contingency plan? And do you have enough money for anything you might need? And maybe
It had a terrible sag in popularity for a while. No one was particularly interested in it. But it is, I think, at the deepest part of the American psyche, and that's why it's always been, our great game. Pastime is a funny word for it. It's not a pastime. It has to do with the spirit of the people.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Always makes me laugh that the national pundits will tell you all these sports games are too long, but they're the ones that take the much longer break. In fact, during a national telecast like tonight, as the first pitch on the way is swung on and fouled straight back, it's 0-1. You go from a typical about a minute 45 to 2 minute TV break from your local Bally's to about 2.5 to 2:45. But they'll be the ones that tell you the games need to be shortened. The 0-1 pitch swung on, chopped foul. Castellanos, it's 0-2. Fox always has to have somebody. Always has to give Ken Rosenthal something to do, so he wanders around with a microphone all night long. The 0-2 pitch swung on, chopped over to short. Arceus got it, fires it across the diamond. Good throw, 6-3 put out, one away. I believe they're showing Bobby Cox in the stadium. He's there in a wheelchair, and honestly, he looks more with it than Snicker. He's raising hell about something. He's swinging his arms around. I'm like, I haven't seen that much fire in Snicker all year long. First pitch on the way. It's a fastball right there, top of the zone to Clemens. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swung on. High chopper. Baltimore chopper, but it'll bend foul, thankfully, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field. Going back just before the warning track, making the catch is J.K. Kid Kelnick, 2 away. Two down. If you're wondering, Bobby Cox turned 83 back in May. Looks a lot older. Hope he's all right. First pitch on the way to Marchand is sliced into left field in between the 5-6 hole. That'll be a 2-out single. So hoping Schwellenbach was going to get himself a clean inning, but instead, 1 on, 2 out here in the top of the fourth. The fourth inning's been his big bugaboo, where he's given up a lot of runs. David Dahl to the plate, first pitch. Curveball snaps for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Braves 3, Phillies 1, top 4. The 0-1. Swing and a miss over the top. 0-2. Braves got those 3 runs in the first inning, and this has been a theme this year. Resting on their laurels. We need to get the bats back cooking when we get to the bottom of this inning. The 0-2 pitch swung on, banged foul down the first base line. We'll do it again. Schwellenbach, just 3 strikeouts so far. The 0-2. They set up outside, kicks and fires, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Number 4 for the Cornhusker. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You call me crazy like I didn't warn you. Yeah. Did you think I was just joking? Did you think I was just playing around? No, honey. We're not well.
Yeah, well, I just want to let you know that I heard that you've been talking some smack, and I just want you to know that I've been taking Taekwondo lessons in the back of the Walmart Supercenter, so if you don't want to get hurt, then you better stop.
I have a joke for you.
Okay?
The government is excellent and uses your tax dollars efficiently.
What is wrong with you? Are you talking like today or like in general?
I had a little cry earlier, and I had a big cry last night.
Yeah.
But I'm not crying now.
You're not?
And I think for that,
Yeah.
I'm doing so well.
It is up. It is away.
The explosion of baseball salaries is the result of two things coming to baseball rather late, two very American things: freedom and prosperity. Freedom. Baseball players are virtually the last American worker group that got the right to negotiate with their employers for their salaries by breaking up the reserve clause and getting arbitration and free agency. Wealth. Baseball is enormously popular. 55, 56 million people pay to get into ballparks every year. Not one of them buys a ticket to see an owner. I believe in the labor theory of value. The players are the labor. They create the economic value. They ought to get the lion's share of the rewards.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way is down and away for a ball to Matt Olson. It's 1-0. He's 0 for 1. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Fouls it back. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch on the way, down in the dirt, 2-1. Braves 3, Philly 1, bottom of the 4th. The 2-1 pitch, down and away, ball 3. Yeah, when I saw y'all talking about it, I looked it up, what the actual definition, the text definition of it by the online dictionary is something that causes worry or fear. Is a 3-1 pitch, down and away, ball 4. Bug and boo can also mean something of an annoyance, but I always used it and heard it used as a term growing up, something that kind of trips you up, something that's almost like you're an Achilles heel. I think it's a more common term people would use. The Big Bear, the Big Zoo, stands at the dish. He's 1 for 1. First pitch on the way. Tries to get them to chase the sinker down and in. Pretty good sinker. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing! That ball sliced back foul towards the first base crowd. Another sinker. 1-2. He hung a curveball to Ozuna the last time up, and he slammed it over the wall, dead center, for a 2-run shot. We'll take another one of those right here. The 1-1. Swing. Slices that back foul. Got him on the inner cut. It's 1-2. So he went sinker, and then a cutter. Runner at first, no outs. You'd love to get like another run. Just keep tacking them on. The 1-2 pitch. High and out of the zone, 2-2. Not a fan of the, if you're not listening to this on radio, if you're watching it on TV and syncing up like a lot of folks do, I'm not a fan of that box that Fox uses. The 2-2. Swing and slices that foul. Nope. Ozuna was stepping away like there was something wrong. Maybe he's just calling his timeout. Thought he'd already used his timeout. That box that they use that shows the strike zone is the 2-2 pitch. Way outside, wide ball, 3-2. So a payoff pitch coming to Ozuna. It lights up. So the rest of the screen is darker than where the strike zone box is. I don't know. It's just a little annoying. The payoff pitch to Zoo. Swing, and that ball is laced into left center field. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Marcell Ozuna with another base hit. Is he safe or out? He is safe. He took second base, slammed into second. Might have got a piece of Bryson Stott. He's checking on Bryson Stott. Olsen is at third. I was surprised that Ozuna went for it. I thought he was going to stay. He's checking on Stott to make sure that he's all right. He roped it into left center field. Rojas picked it up quickly. We know Ozuna does not throw the best. I think he thought the throw was not going to come to the bag. It's a very close play. They may be challenging this. He is safe. And he kept the bag the whole time. If they call that out, I mean, they're looking for an out. He kept the bag. They're challenging, but he kept his foot on the bag the whole way. It slid a little bit, but it looked like parts of his foot and his leg stayed on the bag. They would have to slow it down, and they're not slowing it down to show you one way or the other. But he definitely beat the throw, and as he slid over it, and that's the only thing I don't like about Major League Baseball replay, is when they came up with these rules years and years ago, the spirit of the call was always, did he beat the throw? And if he beat the throw, he was safe. And if he came up just a little bit over the bag, a hair over the bag, he was still safe. And now they're trying to slow it down to milliseconds and enlarging the picture. And that's not they are going to call him safe. There wasn't enough to overthrow. And the great thing about that is the Phillies have blown their challenge, so if there's anything close going forward, they're done. I believe they're going to bring the infield in. They're going to bring the infield in with Sean Murphy. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it turns out. First pitch on the way. It's inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Murphy, he tends to hit them hard on the right side. They've backed up a little bit, but they're still pretty much in the 1-0. Inside, ball 2-0. So a 2-0 count, runners at second and third, nobody out. Standing on deck is Duvall. They might be trying to get him to try to chase something and then put him on. The 2-0. Right there at the knees. Good bender, 2-1. So he's gone four-seam cutter and then a curve. Murphy 0 for 1. A fly ball would score a run. A hard hit ball will score 2. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Blew it right by him. 2-2. Standing on deck is Adam Duvall. In the hole is Arcia. Deuces wild 2 on. A 2-2 count. Braves lead by 2. Suarez comes set. Kicks and fires. Swing and just got a piece of that to stay alive. They went up in his kitchen with some high heat. Suarez doesn't throw hard, but he's usually has very good control. He put that right where he wanted it. Murphy was able to get a piece of it. The 2-2. Outside wide. Good take. That was definitely ball 3, but that was a pitch that a lot of guys are going to chase out of the zone. Suarez really become a really good pitcher over these last few years, learning how to pitch and use his stuff. The payoff pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. What is Murphy doing? He's cussing, heading back to the dugout. Doesn't think it's a strike, but you cannot. Once again, you cannot watch a pitch that close to the zone go by. And looking at it again, that's a strike. You got to swing the bat, son. It was right there, knee high. It was in there on the cut. He was trying to just will himself a walk. First pitch on the way to Duvall is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Got to at least get one run here. And I don't care how you do it. A fly ball, a broken bat single, hard hit one through the infield. Olsen is the runner, so it's going to have to be a clean one, the 0-1. Inside, 1-1. You can't expect him to beat a throw from the infield home. They're now backed up to about midway. That's a little interesting that they've backed up a few steps against Duvall. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Chase that bender. Couldn't hit it. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Orlando Arcia stands on deck. In the hole, Eli. Braves have runners at second and third, one out, but in danger of choking with runners in scoring position once again. The 1-2. Curveball well outside wide, 2-2. You don't even need to swing it hard. You just got to lift it over their heads. With the outfield back and the infield halfway in, there's a huge gap behind the infield. The 2-2. In the dirt, ball 3, 3-2. Change up nowhere near the zone. And another payoff pitch. By the way, while this is going on, we're fixating on the score and where the runners are. Suarez is up to 69 pitches here in the fourth. You'd like to be at around 60 heading to the dugout. The 70th pitch of the night from Suarez, the payoff. Swing and a miss. Duvall not even hitting his weight. Another strikeout, 2 away. This once again drives you crazy how the Braves management is not making a move putting Ramon Laureano on the IL. They did the same thing with Riley. They're going to do the same thing with Laureano. They're going to go out there and talk to Suarez as Orlando Arcia stands on deck. And I'm sure the conversation is, yeah, Arcia has been hitting terrible, but Eli sucks. So do you pitch to Arcia or do you pitch around him, maybe even put him on and make Eli beat you? Eli does have speed. That's one thing that can beat you out, but he's never been known for his batting ability. So Duvall strikes out after Murphy was caught looking. And Orlando Arcia, they are going to walk him. That's interesting. They're going to go to Eli. And once again, if you had someone else to go to on the bench, this is where you would go to. But the Braves are sitting there not doing it with their roster moves. And Laureano's sitting there with the sore back. He ought to be on the IL. It's a 10-day IL nowadays. He'd be able to come back by Monday if they would have put him on it. First pitch on the way to White is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. They checked down the line, but he did not go around. The only thing Eli can hope for is either somehow get into a single or maybe a walk. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, but he has no power. It's going to pop up. A lazy fly to the shortstop, and that'll end the inning. That is strictly on the Braves management and Snicker.
Apparently today is not Thursday. It is Wednesday, which means tomorrow is not Friday, and now I'm in a bad mood.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Besides, nobody's getting hurt.
That guy was already up there when I got here.
I always get excited when somebody likes one of my posts because I'm like, another weirdo.
Aren't you supposed to get as much as you can in our society? If you earn big dough for management, you earn tremendous dough for management. Isn't that what capitalism's all about? Aren't you supposed to get that? So why we blame the guy for being a capitalist?
It was the Emancipation Proclamation of baseball. When the reserve clause was overturned, it disallowed the owners from signing perpetual one-year contracts to ball players, thereby keeping them in the organization for eternity. So basically, it allowed us to go from plantation to plantation based on the highest bid of the plantation owner. And the owners got very upset about that because it inflated salaries, and then ticket prices went up and television revenue went up, and they found out they were making more money, and they found out, wow, we had a $1.5 million franchise, now we have a $150 million franchise. So they made money, the players made money, the only people that got hurt were the American public, the fans, the integrity of baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. It's getting really frustrating dealing with this franchise. You know, the knobs that cover Braves Country will never hold the Braves accountable for roster management, in-game strategy. The writers and the social media bootlickers that a lot of y'all follow have zero credibility when it comes to when you compare them to other fan bases, other teams. First pitch on the way from Spencer Schwellenbach is a bender. Inside curveball strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty. Outside wide, 1-1. And it's been like this for years. This isn't something new, but it gets incredibly frustrating because nobody asks the tough questions. The 1-1, fastball right there on the inner cut, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Schwellenbach kicks and fires. Did he go around? Looked like he did. He did. Strike 3. Spencer Schwellenbach, he's doing his job. That's his 5th strikeout of the night. And remember I told you that was the over-under. I thought that was a bit low for Schwell. He normally gets a half dozen, maybe even more. A little more of a difficult lineup to get the strikeouts, but I figured if he threw 5, he's going to be right in that neighborhood. Bryson Stott flips the lineup over. He takes the first pitch outside, fastball. It's 1-0. I am convinced that Schwellenbach is definitely... He's not our number 5 anymore. He's our number 4. The 1-0 pops it up high in the sky, going over, making the catch is Sean Murphy, 2 away. The way he has pitched versus the way Charlie Morton has pitched, Schwellenbach is my number 4 at this spot. Now I know Charlie's got the pedigree. He's been there but there's too many times where you don't know what you're going to get from Charlie Morton. But you do know what you're going to get from Schwellenbach, which is usually pretty, and he's getting better. First pitch on the way to Trey Turner is inside, busts him, 97 up top, sweet chin music. It's 1-0. The 1-0 kicks and fires. That one's inside, 2-0. Don't know if it's intentional, but Schwellenbach's giving the old get off my plate to Trey Turner. I like it. The 2-0 to Trey. 94 inside, ball 3-0. That may not be intentional, but either way, Trey Turner's puckering. So 3-0 count. Lets her rip right down the plate. 96. Dangerous pitch to a guy like Turner, but he's just trying to get on to cause problems with his speed. The 3-1. They set up outside. Swing. Slice it down the right field side. Coming over. Making the running catch is Adam Duvall. So he can see the ball. He just can't hit it. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'll tell you right now, Christmas need to slow down. I only got $8.
Today we are talking about one of the most distinguished gentlemen in the game. Here is the career of Christy Mathewson. He wasn't just good at baseball, he also turned pro in football, playing fullback for the Pittsburgh Stars of the First National Football League. During his playing career, he became famous for his pitching duels with Mordecai Three-Finger Brown, winning 13 of the 25 games they matched up. His control was on another level. In 338 innings in 1905, he walked just 64 batters. Twice, he had more wins in a season than walks. When he was on the mound, you best not blink or you would miss the game. Many of his complete game gems lasted just barely 90 minutes. His performance in the 1905 World Series might never be matched. In a span of 6 days, he pitched 3 complete games without allowing a run while giving up only 14 hits. In 1908, he had his best season. That year, he set career highs in wins, games, innings, and shutouts. He even led the league in saves that season. During a game in July, he would run from the showers to the mound to preserve a win for the Giants against the Cubs. He was a winning machine, leading the league in wins 4 times, winning 30 or more games 4 times, and winning at least 20 games in 12 consecutive seasons. 5 ERA titles, 2 Triple Crowns, 373 wins, and a 2.13 career ERA. He was one of the best pitchers of all time.
Billy Martin proved what a powerful strategic tool paranoia is. He believed that everyone was against him, and so he spent every waking moment figuring out how imaginary enemies could be defeated in their nefarious plots. And sometimes he not only created strategies to defend against things that would never be done against him, but realized that those attacks were in themselves novel, and he would then try those attacks that he had already dreamed up a defense for. That's why he was so wonderful at suicide bunts and double steals and any way that you could humiliate or psychologically defeat the other team. He was sure that's how the world reacted to him. He was sure the world hated him, and so he turned that really raw, frightening paranoia into wonderful strategic intelligence.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves had a bit of a rain delay. We're heading to the bottom of the 5th inning. Ozzie Albies will be leading us off. Austin Riley, Olsen, and if anybody gets on, there's a first pitch on the way. I'm sorry, Jared Kelenic leading us off. First pitch on the way. Kelenic is swung on, and he's going to drop that into right center field. And that ball's down for a base hit. And Kid Kelenic leads us off with the leadoff single. We've got runner at first, nobody out, and something cooking again here in the 5th. Braves had runners at second and third and nobody out in the 4th. Could not get it done. 2 strikeouts and a weak pop-up by Eli White stranded the runners after they intentionally walked Arcia. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies, swing and a miss, about letter high. It's 0-1. You know you were not respected or feared in any way, shape, or form when you were intentionally walking Orlando Arcia to get to you. Is the 0-1 pitch. Up high, misses wide. 1-1. Orlando Arcia is batting 143 the last month with a 425 OPS, and they walked him because they didn't want to face him. The 1-1. Swing! And that ball's lifted high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam! It's gone! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong. Ozzie Albies plants one into the left field seats. A hanger. A 2-run shot. And your Atlanta Braves lead at 5-1.
I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz and nobody beats me.
Wow. Looked like it was a slider that didn't slide. It slid over that left field wall. Ozzie Albies. 431 happy feet. And the Braves lead at 5-1. The 1-1 up top. Missed high, but they called that a strike. I don't know how they called that a strike. It's 1-2. Ozzie Albies' 8th home run of the year. That would be RBI number 42 and 43. The 1-2. Caught, looking, strike 3. Man, Riley, who normally owns Suarez, is just getting dealt with. That's his 7th strikeout of the night. So though he's given up the 5 earned runs, he does have 7 strikeouts off versus 2 walks, 5 earned runs, and 6 hits. Ozzie Albies continues to show how dangerous he is from the right side of the plate. First pitch on the way to the ice house, Big Matt Olson takes a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 kicks and fires. Inside, did that get him? That did get him. So he'll head on down to first. 1 on, 1 out. Let's get it, Braves country. That's going to bring Big Marcell Ozuna back. They're on the phone talking to the bullpen. They can't challenge anything in case you're wondering about that. First pitch on the way to Ozuna's up top, misses high. It's 1-0. Suarez is at 83 pitches through 4 1/3 innings, so really high pitch count. By the way, Dodgers lead the Brewers 3-2 in the 6th. Rockies and Royals are about to begin. The 1-0. Swing. Fouls that straight back. Off the catcher's protective gear, it's 1-1. Ozzie's telling the story of the home run to Orlando Arcia. Orlando doesn't want to hear it right now. He's like, dude, I couldn't hit water if I fell out of a boat. Don't tell me about your home run. The 1-1 misses high. 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Definitely don't tell Riley about your home run. He is steaming over there in the dugout by himself. People are giving him room. Smurf stands on deck. The 2-1 to the Big Zoo. Pitch on the way. Just misses outside. Ball 3-1. Braves have a chance to blow this wide open. They're showing a picture of Snicker. Someone woke him up. He's like, what's all the ruckus? Ozzie hit a home run? I didn't know he was in the game. The 3-1 pitch. Lefty righty lets her rip. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep down the right field line, but foul and out of play. We got a full count. That ball was straight. That ball would be gone. But it took a right turn at Albuquerque. Ruiz appears to be warming up in the bullpen, the big right-hander for the Phillies. The payoff pitch swung on. That ball's lifted into center field. That's going to be caught on the run by Rojas. 2 away. 2 down. What a difference a night makes. The Braves lead at 5-1. If you're just joining us, 2-run home runs by Marcell Ozuna and Ozzie Albies have done the majority of the damage. Suarez fires in a bender to Murphy, bangs it off the plate. It's 0-1. It could be a lot worse. The Braves had runners at second and third and nobody out last inning and came up goose eggs. The 0-1 inside almost gets them 1-1. 1-1 count. Ozzie Albies now with 3 RBIs on the night. Remember, he knocked in Jared Kelenic, who scored from second off the single to right field beginning of the game. The 1-1 from Suarez. Swing, chops it over towards third. Should be playable by Bohm. It is. He fires it over to first, and the slow-footed catcher will be done 5-3. But up for your Atlanta Braves. Put 2 on the board. We got a 5-1 lead, and we're heading to inning number 6. Yowza.
What the f*** is wrong with you? Get in your car, dude. Get in your car! I'm in my car. That's fair, man. Can you get in your car? Will you call the cop? Yeah.
Yes, I'm beautiful and gorgeous, but I'm also insane. Insane. But don't forget beautiful and gorgeous.
Dear Diary, today I was physically assaulted by my shower curtain. I have never swung so hard at an inanimate object in my entire life. You keep your filthy fibers to yourself. Sincerely signed, someone who hates that.
I was born a dog. I identify as a dog, but according to my mom, I'm just a baby.
Oh, I miss you. Of course you do. It's me.
The Yankees lost the 1976 series to Cincinnati, but won the championship from Los Angeles the next year, powered by a quartet of sluggers. Chris Chambliss, Greg Nettles, Thurman Munson, and the flamboyant former Oakland star who cheerfully called himself a straw that stirs the drink.
You would walk past Reggie before a game, and there'd be a crowd of writers around him, and he would be talking in religious terms. His voice would be sound like a preacher. And then you'd come back 5 minutes later, and he would be talking to a different crowd, and he's saying, I get to have the same figures that Lee May has, but I get all this money because I put the asses in the seats. The same man 2 minutes later.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio with Mac Magee, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 5-1. We're going to try to see if we can get those cups up here for y'all tomorrow. It would be up in the Braves shop, up in the Braves Country Radio shop. Just have to figure out how we have to put it in there. First pitch on the way from Schwellenbach to start the 6th. To Bohm is swung on, belted on the ground, a worm burner, but backhanded by Arcia, a 6-3 put out, one away. Hard hit ball, good defensive play by Arcia. Still the prettiest arm in baseball. Love watching him throwing short to first, excuse me. First pitch on the way to Captain Caveman, Brandon Marsh, is an outside strike. 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Misses outside, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Pitch on the way. Swing off the glove of Schwellenbach, barehanded by Riley. Did he get him? He got him. Wow. Yowza. Riley may not have done it with the bat tonight, but my God, that ball was shot out of a cannon, came back. It was a comebacker to the mound in the air. And Schwellenbach put his glove up for self-defense purposes. It goes off his glove and ricochets towards third. Riley was reading it and was charging it all the way and gunned him down, and it doesn't matter if he's out or not. They don't have a challenge, so there you go. 2 down, and Castellanos was going to drop one into right field. Thought we were going to have a 1-2-3 inning, but Schwellenbach, man, 2 balls hit really hard to start the inning. The third one, Castellanos slices it into right field. Remember, this is the 3rd time through the lineup for the Phillies through Schwellenbach. He's only at 75 pitches. There's no way he's going to get past the number 9 hitter. First pitch on the way to Clemens is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. So with that being said, if he gets out of this with Clemens, they could send him back out there for the 7th. And if they get in trouble, they're going to go grab him. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Schwellenbach with 5 strikeouts on the night. So it's not the pitch count. It's the fact that this is the 3rd time through the lineup. But we are at the bottom half of the lineup at this stage. The 0-2 to Cody Clemens. Smurf sets up outside the pitch in the dirt. Bounces high. Where in the world did it go? It goes over to the on-deck circle on the Philly side near third base dugout. Castellanos easily makes it down to second. So now they do have a runner in scoring position and 2 outs. It's not what you want there if you're Schwell. 1-2 count. On deck is Marchand. He does have a base hit already. The pitch on the way. Swung on, slaps it back foul. We'll do it again. 1-2. Righty, lefty. Schwell delivers. Swing. Bangs it over towards first, but foul. Olsen was on top of it, but plenty foul. We'll do it again. Braves 5, Phillies 1. Top of the 6th inning. The 1-2. Lets her loose. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him to chase one off the pier without a pole. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
That's how you lose an attitude in 30 seconds. Step 1.
Nowadays, most baseball players are compensated very well, but this wasn't always true. Way back when, players would need another job just to be financially stable. So here are some of the more interesting jobs worked by baseball players. Rich Hebner had an 18-year career with over 200 home runs. In the offseason, he traded his bat for a shovel and dug graves for $35 a hole. Despite winning Game 2 of the 1966 World Series, Jim Palmer worked during the offseason where he sold suits and in his downtime signed a few autographs. Waite Hoyt was once part of the Yankees' most formidable lineup. In his spare time, he worked at a funeral home as a mortician. Rumor has it he once drove to the Polo Grounds with a cadaver in his car, made his start, and then drove it to its intended destination after the game. In 1920, Babe Ruth decided the baseball field wasn't the only place he wanted to be a star. That year, he starred on the big screen in the movie Headin' Home and made some extra cash while he was at it. Roy Campanella started his own farming business after he was rewarded 100 baby chickens for every home run he hit. He went home with 1,400 baby chickens. In 1957, Stan Musial and Willie Mays both worked after-season jobs. Musial sold Christmas trees and Mays sold cars. Not only was Denny McLain a 30-game winner, he was also an organist. He even made it all the way to the Ed Sullivan Show.
What you need to do is worry about your own sins. God ain't gonna be asking you about mine.
Will you pray the day before the playoffs?
Well, I'll pray every day. I try to talk to God every day, and I will pray during the national anthem, which is my period of meditation for praying. No, really, if you stick around the game, you listen to an old veteran like me, I'll show you how to talk on the air, boy. Yeah, talk, to TV. No, really, TV, cameras and going on like that. Huh? I'm telling you, man, I'll show you how to make a living with this stuff. I'll show you how to have the people eating right out of here.
2 outs and 2 on in the 7th inning here at Fenway. Deep to left. Yastrzemski will not get it. It's a home run.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead this one 5-1. As we head to the bottom of the 6th, like to get a few more insurance runs, put it on cruise control. You never know what tomorrow is going to bring. As of right now, the matchup looks like this. Tomorrow is going to be Ronaldo Lopez Day versus Mercado, who pitched. He came up when Turnbull went to the IL. Turnbull is on the IL and was in the starting lineup because Taijuan Walker went to the IL. So they've lost a couple of starting pitchers here recently. But Mercado threw 6 innings of 1-run ball in his only start. It was against Detroit. We know Detroit has a terrible offense, but still, 1-run ball against a major league team is 1-run ball. Adam Duvall is going to lead us off. So you may end up in a really low-scoring game tomorrow and needing your bullpen, all the bullets in the bullpen. So love to get some breathing room here as the first pitch to Duvall is right there at the knees for a strike. It's on 1. The 0-1, righty. Swing! Hammers it down the third base line. High hopper to Bohm. Bohm throws it over to first. Just beats Duvall by about a step. Oh, and Duvall has another goose egg. He's 0 for 3. Duvall now batting 174 on the year, a 541 OPS. Talked about this in the show today if you missed it, but Braves needing to add outfield bats. They need one in the worst way. First pitch on the way to Arcia. The swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. If you figure out the rest of the outfield and you get that lined up, Arcia hitting 9th may fix itself. The 0-1 pitch. Hit hard on the ground over to Bohm. That's going to be an easy 5-3 put out. And, I mean, these guys are just automatic outs at the bottom of the order here. Duvall, Arcia, White. If you want to add Murphy in there, but I wouldn't quite do that. He's not quite the automatic out the others are. But tonight, so far, they are 0 for 7, 2 strikeouts, and basically vacant in the lineup. First pitch to White is inside. He bends out of the way. It's 1-0. Ruiz coming on for Suarez, the right-hander. Jose Ruiz, 29-year-old. The 1-0. He'll dribble that over to short. Turner's got that. He'll throw it out. We might as well have just waved the white flag and not gone out there because those were 3 really bad at-bats. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I don't think people realize how much of a burden it is carrying around such a thick personality. Walking around with an absolute dump truck of a vibe is not easy.
All right, we are going to do northern versus southern words, okay?
Here we go.
Here we go, ready? Okay, the stuff you put in your car is oil. Oil.
No, it's oil. That's motor oil.
I ruined, R-U-I-N-E-D.
I ruined my britches.
I drink soda.
Pass me a Coke.
I pushed the shopping cart.
That's a boogie.
Wash. I wash my clothes. W-A-S-H.
I washed my clothes.
There's no R in it. No R in it.
I washed my britches.
Okay. The house is on fire.
House on fire.
Fire.
Fire. Kind of like a car tire fire.
What?
A car tire fire.
Oh, I'm wearing pants.
I'm wearing britches.
Pants.
Britches.
Pants. And our last one is, I wear underwear under my pants. No, that's...
Your drawers.
That's what goes in a dresser.
Nice. That's your drawers.
Drawers.
Your drawers.
Your drawers. D-R-A-W-E-R-S. It goes in a dresser.
No, drawers is what you wear under your britches.
In 1978, Steinbrenner's Yankees came from 14 games behind and then beat the Red Sox in a dramatic and for Boston fans excruciating one-game playoff to win the division title. It was the greatest comeback in American League history.
And a Happy Bucky dead.
New York then took the World Series from the Dodgers, but Steinbrenner was not satisfied.
Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. AJ Minter's going to come in for Schwellenbach. I don't hate that. You know, he's pitched a good game. You're in danger of putting him back out there for a 7th inning and having it all fall apart. Let the kid go in with 6 innings, 1 earned run, no walks, and 6 strikeouts, and in line to get the win if this lead holds. First pitch on the way from Minter is upstairs for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty-righty. Is Goat still hanging around? Did he have to go to work? The 0-1 pitch. Check swing foul off the bat. And excuse me, swing to Marchand. 0-2. I think that probably comes down to what they call up downs. They don't want him to have only 6 up downs. It didn't matter the pitch count. It was the fact they didn't want him going out there for a 7th inning. The 0-2. Swing. Fouls it away. One thing that nobody puts in perspective when they think about, and that's one of the things why these up downs come into play in the back end that nobody talks about, is that every inning you go out there, you're not counting all the warm-up tosses that they have to throw as well. The 0-2. Way outside, wide, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way outside, wide, 2-2. Braves 5, Phillies 1. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the cutter. 1 away. There's a timer that goes off. So it used to be a standard 8 pitches in between innings. Well, now that has changed to however many pitches you want to throw, but you got to be ready when the inning starts because of the new clock rules. First pitch on the way to Merrifield is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Usually these guys average between 8 to 10. So when you think of all the pitches a guy throws is the 0-1. This is high and out of the zone, 1-1. You can add about 10 pitches per inning on top of that. Now, they're not as stressful as the ones facing a batter, but still. The 1-1. Swing. Slice back foul, 1-2. There's Goat. Goat, I can't remember what you used to call AJ last year. It was something like, oh, no, Minter. Or I can't remember what it was. And every time he came in, you didn't like it when he came in. The 1-2. Kicks and fires. In the dirt, did he go around? He did not. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. 1 out, nobody on. Braves lead at 5-1. We're in the top of the 7th inning. Merrifield coming in to bat for Dahl. Now the designated hitter. He's batting 190 on the year. The 2-2. Swing. Dribbler back towards the mound. Off of Minter's glove. Throws it high. He got him. He got him. Man, oh, man alive. A.J. Minter off balance. The ball came off his glove. I thought it was going to dribble through for an infield single. And Minter stayed with it. He actually threw it off his left leg. And as a left-hander, that's incredibly difficult to get any kind of mustard off of that. But he did. Kind of underhand, almost a submarine. And Olsen was able to toe tap the bag at the top of his reach. Now there's 2 away. Smurf's going out there to talk to him. This is strictly to give him a chance to breathe. So he ran around out there and wants to get all his faculties under control. I'm sure Smurf just came out there and said something, cracked a joke to him. So 2 down, and Rojas is now the batter. Number 9 hitter, 1 for 2 on the night. A lot of speed. First pitch on the way is right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Something like that happens with Rojas, there's no getting him. The 0-1 swung on. That goes off of Minter's glove, but right to Arcia, and that's going to be a 6-3 putout. I think Arcia will say, "What are you doing to me?" That'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. A.J. Minter. Have yourself an inning, pimp. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. 1, 2, 3. We out to the ball game. Hey, we out to the night. Find me some peanuts, Cracker Jack. I don't care if I have to get back going through. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around at the old ball game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jared Kelnick's going to lead us off. The first pitch on the way, pops it up. Back foul out of play, lefty-lefty matchup. It's 0-1. New pitcher for the Philadelphia Phillies, Gregory Soto. The 0-1. Nasty slider, slaps in there for a strike. That ball must look like it's coming from the dugout to Jared Kelnick. It's 0-2. Soto, just 6'1", but has a really long delivery. He's from the DR. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Chased that one off the plate. 1 away. You don't love that at bat, but you do love the fact that Kelnick got a chance to see him because you know he'll see him again down the road. Braves lead it 5-1. Ozzie Albies, who's 2 for 3 tonight, takes the first pitch. Well out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozzie Albies went yard, if you're just joining us. Hit one into the left field stands. He also had an RBI single, so he has 3 RBIs, a single and a home run. The 1-0. 97 up top misses. 2-0. So a 2-0 count, one down. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Kicks and fires, swings, slices it into the crowd. Standing on deck, Austin Riley. We can get anything going. Olson is in the hole. The 2-1 pitch. Lets her rip, swung on, chopped foul down the line. We'll do it again. The 2-2. Soto kicks and fires, swung on, just got a piece of that to stay alive. We'll do it again, 2-2. A 2-2 count. Maybe that's who I've been thinking of when you say Kirby Yikes. I thought you had a catchphrase for Minter too, but maybe it's Kirby Yikes I was thinking of. The 2-2 swung on, hammered down the third base line, but just foul. Yeah, Kirby Yates has been pitching well. Kirby Yates pitched well for us last year. He's a solid reliever. The Braves just didn't re-up him because he got way too much money to bring back. He's a solid veteran right-hander. The 2-2 swung on, hit hard on the ground. Diving stab by Turner. He fires a one-hopper to first, and Ozzy's out by about a half step to away. Good defensive play by Turner. Hard hit ball by Ozzy, just within the reach of Trey Turner. So 2 down. Austin Riley, he's 0 for 3. Like to get him a base hit tonight. First pitch on the way. Well off the plate wide. It's 1-0. 1-0. Soto rips and fires. Swing and a miss. Slider down and in. 1-1. Gregory Soto started his career in Detroit, just like Jose Jimenez came over from Detroit in 2023. The 1-1. Inside, 98-mile-an-hour fastball. The southpaw almost got Riley on the leg. 2-1. He has kind of a nonchalant, sling it up there type of delivery, but he can bring it when it's smoking hot. The 2-1 pitch. Inside, ball 3, 97 miles an hour, 3-1. He does have a bit of a high ERA this year, 3.81. His lifetime ERA is 4.21. The talent has always been there. The biggest question is, can he corral it? The 3-1 pitch to Riley. Outside wide, ball 4. It doesn't get a base hit, but at least Riley gets on base. Keeps the inning going. Matt Olson will now face Soto. All these at-bats could pay dividends later in the year. Start eyeing towards big series down the road, maybe even in October. You get a chance to see as many of their relievers as many times as possible. First pitch to Olson is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Soto's the type that they would bring in against Olson in a series in a big spot to make him face a left-hander. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 1-0 from Soto. Swung on, chopped foul down the line, 1-1. The 1-1 count. Soto brings it. Slider snaps the outer edge for a strike, 1-2. Standing on deck is Ozuna. If Olson can find a way to keep the inning going. The 1-2, way outside wide, 2-2. Olsen 0 for 1. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Chase one off the pier. My God. That was in the third base dugout. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it 5-1.
I don't want to party like it's 1999. I want to buy a house and groceries like it's 1999. All right?
Meal prep this, meal prep that. Oh, I can't on Sunday because I have to meal prep all day. Here's my meal prep right here. I will obliterate a TV dinner daily until they lay me to rest. But oh my God, the chemicals in that. Do you even know what you're eating? Have you ever read the ingredient list? Save it. I don't give a ignorance is bliss, baby. Let me enjoy my school cafeteria slop in peace.
Talking about one of the best women to ever play the game, Doris Sam. Her career began at the age of 11 when she started playing softball with girls who were older than her. She went on to help her softball team win the state championship in 7 of the next 8 years. She is widely considered to be the only six-tool player in the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League. She could hit for average and power. She could field, run, throw, and pitch. Even when the league went from underhand pitching to sidearm, she never skipped a beat, and if anything, she got better. At one point, she converted from pitcher to outfielder. She still ended up being an all-star at both of those positions at one point in time. Speaking of all-star teams, she made 5 of them to go along with her 2 Player of the Year awards. She won a batting title, a home run title, and was consistently among the leaders in offensive and pitching categories. Not only did she throw a no-hitter in her career, she also threw a perfect game. In her All-American Girls Professional Baseball League career, she had 15 more RBIs and 18 more runs than games played. Simply put, she was the best.
What made baseball so special for me as a young child, and what I wanted to give to my children, was a sense of continuity, a sense that the players that you cared about would be back the next year, and they were part of your family, and you knew their strengths and you knew their weaknesses. You even knew how they stood at the plate. I mean, I used to know how Carlton Fisk was going to go through all these crazy maneuvers before he hit the ball, and I used to know the spot on the left field wall that he would always hit, or I knew the way Burleson would get a double.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Mark's trying to trade Matt Olson. Get out of here, man. He had 54 home runs last year. He's drunk with power over there. No, we're not trading Matt Olson. Braves lead it 5-1. We head to the top of the 8th inning. I'm hoping the All-Star break will cure some of these guys' ailments. Get them to, nothing else, just give them a new start. First pitch on the way to Joe Jimenez, fires a fastball, 95 up top. Top of the order, Bryson Stott leading us off. Jimenez, a 2.45 ERA. 1-2 record. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses outside wide, 2-0. It's about that time to turn back time. The 2-0 to Stott. Right there for a strike. Slider on the intercut, 2-1. On this date in 1929, the first 2 pitchers for Philadelphia never record an out. Is the 2-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. Outer edge kisses the black slider. 2-2. The first 2 pitchers never recorded out before the home team comes to bat. In the bottom of the first inning, they are trailing the Redbirds 10-0. The Cardinals, who tally 10 runs in the first and 5th frames, will pound the Phillies 28-6 in the Baker Bowl. The 2-2 pitch misses outside wide. Ball 3-2. That will set a modern National League record for most runs in one game by one team that will later be broken by our 2020 Atlanta Braves when we scored 29 against the Marlins. The 3-2, outside wide, ball 4. So Jimenez comes out of the bullpen and immediately walks the first guy he sees. He'll hit on down to first, and Trey Turner will be the batter. Braves nursing a 4-run lead. First pitch on the way to Turner is swung on and pounded. high in the sky, but it's going to be a high fly ball to Eli White. He'll make the catch. That had a lot of height, but very little carry. He just missed that thing. He got underneath that, and he knew it too. Slammed the bat down. I mean, he missed it. When you see something like that, that's a hair that he missed that from. He has that bat just a tad more up. It's gone. Alec Bohm comes to the plate. First pitch from Jimenez. Swing and a miss, strike on the slider. It's 0-1. The 0-1. On this date in 1930, Bill Veeck uses a popular promotion as the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2. As he does the first ever Ladies' Day at Wrigley Field, which reached new heights with more than 30,000 female fans attending the Cubs doubleheader against the Cincinnati Reds. The 0-2. Swung on, chopped off his instep. We'll do it again. An overcapacity crowd that's flooding into the streets include late arriving paid patrons who cannot gain admission even though they had tickets for the game. That's on this date in 1930. Read about that before. This was right after Prohibition, and they were partying in the streets of Chicago. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him in the kitchen. Go sit down, grab some pine, 2 away. One more. On this date in 1989, Michael Jack Schmidt becomes the first retired player elected to start an All-Star game. The Phillies third baseman who announced his retirement on May 29th is hitting only .203 as the first pitch on the way is a slider top of the zone. They said that was a ball, looked like it hit the zone. Yeah, it did. Should be 0-1. Instead, it's 1-0 to Captain Caveman. The 1-0. Jimenez fires it. Right there for a strike. Outer edge changeup, 1-1. The Phillies third baseman who announced his retirement on May 29th is hitting .203 and has decided not to participate in the Mid-Summer Classic, but he was elected by the popular vote to start in the All-Star game. That's how beloved he was. The 1-1, high and out of the zone, 2-1. He did elect not to play in it, stating that the game had passed him by. Yeah, I'd say Mike Schmidt hit some of the most powerful home runs I've ever seen in my life. The 2-1, up top for a strike, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Runner at first, 2 outs. Probably some of the most majestic home runs of any guy who didn't do steroids. The 2-2, down and in. Did he go around? He got him. Strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So he puts one on, but Jimenez rocking it. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning, leading 5-1 in Braves country.
Let's go. Your remaining years on Earth. 75 years. That's, man. Dude, I'm going to be on Earth for 75 more years, dude. I got to live more dangerously. 75, dude. Dang. Dang. That's too long, honestly, dude. I hope Earth gets better.
What is going on here?
I do not want to work.
Oh boy, here we go.
I'm tired of it. What happened to the girls who get to stay home and cook and clean and that's their job?
That's also a type of work, lady. I don't understand. You don't want to do anything or you don't want an office job?
And they get to just like relax during the day and just make sure everything's good when their husband comes home.
Oh, she doesn't want to work but wants to be a housewife but doesn't have a husband but wants to be a housewife that only relax. This one is more confused than a plastic bag trying to carry fire.
I don't want to be doing this. Whoever did that, bleep to all of you.
Not everyone should be allowed to have free access to internet and mobile phone.
Willie Stargell really was a good man. All the hopes that we direct toward other ball players came true in his case. I remember the 1971 World Series where those same two teams had played 7 games. And Stargell was a great player that year. And the leader had led the league in runs batted in and did almost nothing in the World Series. He popped up, struck out, same in the playoffs. And he never complained. He never said anything. He walked back. He never threw his bat down. And I went up to him after the series and near the end, and I said, "How can you do this? You must be dying." And his little son, Wilver Stargell Jr., was playing in the locker. And Willie made a gesture toward him, and he said, "The time comes when a man really has to be a man." And that's the kind of man he was.
Going and is a high fly ball into deep right center field. Back goes Single and away back to the wall. It's gone.
Welcome back. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Hopefully this will be the last round of at-bats for the Atlanta Braves as they lead at 5-1. Sir Anthony Dominguez, the pitcher, fires the first pitch down and away. The 0-1 pitch down and away, it's 1-1. Marcell Ozuna, Sean Murphy, Adam Duvall, due up. The 1-1, kicks and fires, swing and a miss, 1-2. You know what gets me is that they'll try to tell you the reason why they haven't made a move with Laureano. I was thinking about this at the break is, well, there's no one else to bring up. You could have left Forrest Wall for pinch running duties and a left-handed bat. He'd just be a weak left-handed hitting version of what you have from Eli White. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Ozuna chased that one off the dish, one away. But anything's better than playing down a man. And they did this before with Riley. And if you remember when this happened with Riley, that for 2 weeks they didn't make a move. And there were 3 specific games that we called out each time that they lost the game because they didn't have an extra batter or base runner on the bench. First pitch on the way to Murphy is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. You're not going to make me believe they wouldn't have won at least one of those 3. The 0-1, down and away, 1-1. And look, it's one thing holding on for Riley. Ramon Laureano is well past his prime. What are we holding on to here? The 1-1, swing, fouls it straight back, 1-2. But if any of our pitchers bang their elbow into the water fountain, they put them on the 60-day IL. So 1-2 count. Pitch on the way, swung on. Something got a piece of the catcher, Marchand. If it was Murphy's bat, oh no, it was the ball that ricocheted off his bat into his man. That had to have hurt. I thought he got a piece of the bat with his glove. That would send Murphy down to first, but no, that ball ricocheted off. I mean, that was like Mike Tyson's not punching that hard in the jaw. That was a rip. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase that one well out of the zone, 2 away. It's 2 down. Bottom of the 8th, the Braves lead at 5-1. Adam Duvall steps to the plate. First pitch, swung on, bangs it over to the left side of the infield. That's going to be an E6 on Turner. The ball bounced out of his glove, and by the time he corralled it, he just stuck it in his back pocket. So Duvall finds his way on base via the error. That's about the only way the bottom of our lineup's getting on base nowadays. Lando Arcia stands at the plate. First pitch on the way is well outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Can't imagine he's got a lot of these in his career, but Orlando Arcia was intentionally walked tonight to get to Eli White. The 1-0 in the dirt, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Righty. Pitch on the way. Swing. Chops that one foul. Even when he makes contact, if you watch Arcia's, and this has been going on for weeks, his front foot is spinning towards third base foul. You're never going to do anything with that. You're literally trying to just hope you hook one. The 2-1. Outside wide ball, 3-1. The other night when he took one to right center field on a single and drove his foot out that way, I thought maybe he was turning something around, but he's still doing the same stuff. The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 3-2. Sinker, 98 miles an hour. So the runner will be on the move in Adam Duvall with 2 outs. If somehow something could get down into the gap, Duvall should score. The payoff pitch to Arcia. Dominguez brings it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That foot was basically sitting in the third base dugout. He slams the bat, but he ought to go pack because we got to get us a shortstop. We'll be back in a flash.
These kids nowadays really think they know what stress is. Back when we was growing up and you missed a TV show, you really missed it.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
Have you thought about managing in the future?
I have thought about it. Me and Stephen Vogt actually talked about it while he was here, and how fun it'd be. Hopefully manage a winning team. I think that'd make it a lot more fun. But I've definitely thought about it, yeah.
Would family conditions change any of that?
Yes, that would definitely be a huge conversation for us, especially with a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. I know the hours being a manager is more so than being a player, because as a manager you want to be here before your players and you want to stay later than your players to make a great impression on your players. So that definitely be a huge conversation that is a lot longer than a small little Braves question. It'd probably be a multiple week, multiple month type of question.
But I think in the end, the thing that appealed to me most was the fact that it rewarded merit, that there is a justice to the game, that if you score, it goes up on the board, and if I score more than you, you lose and I win. That and the idea that we do it together, community. If only life were that easy, that whenever we learned to cooperate with one another and did the right thing, we won. That's what baseball is.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. I feel like we're doing service time with having Arcia in the lineup. Once again, I'd like to have him on the roster. He's paid very little. I'd like to have him as in a platoon situation at shortstop. Have him strictly play against lefties, come in to play defense at the end of the game. But you got to get someone who can hit right-handed pitching consistently. And you typically, there's about 75% of starters in Major League Baseball, sometimes 80%, depending on the year, that are right-handed. You can't have a shortstop that can't hit right-handed pitching. Raisel Iglesias, eyeglasses, comes on. The first pitch on the way is a fastball right there at the strike on the outer cut, kissing the black. Nick Castellanos, the batter, it's 0-1. The 0-1, outside wide, 1-1. A 1-1 count. Pitch, swing and a miss. 1-2. Programming note, we are doing play-by-play tomorrow. You haven't seen it plastered everywhere all week. The 1-2 pitch, swatted foul and out of play, 1-2. So it won't be a chat cast, a Sunday Fun Day chat cast. It will be play-by-play. There won't be a pregame show because usually really busy on Sunday morning, so I won't have time to do that, but we will jump in for the play-by-play, the 1-2. Caught, looking strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry. 1 away. Nasty fastball on the outer edge. Good pitch by Eyeglasses. This is so funny. Now they're putting up the injuries for the Phillies on the screen on the Fox cast. There's the first pitch on the way to Clemens, down in for a ball. It's 1-0. JT Realmuto knee out to the All-Star break. Harper hamstring. Schwarber should be back probably next week. As almost laying it like this is the reason why they're losing. The 1-1. Outside wide, 2-1. Yet I didn't see anything plastered up there about Acuna being out for the season. Spencer Strider's been out for the season. The 2-1 pitch right there at the knees, 2-2. And Michael Harris II has been out for several weeks, and we don't expect him back till after the All-Star break. The 2-2. But let's cry and whine for the Phillies. The 2-2 pitch, down and in, 3-2. It's almost like they have to be making excuses why the Phillies aren't winning. Next thing you know, they're going to put a picture of Mike Schmidt up there with the retired next to his name. The payoff pitch, swung on, banged on the ground. Olsen steps on first, 2 away. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we have Adam Duvall and Eli White in our corner outfield. So 2 down. Not to mention, and not for nothing, Luke Williams and Zach Short, that's our bench. 2 outs, top of the 9th, pitch on the way. Right there at the knees for a strike, it's 0-1. Hopefully the last batter of the game, Rafael Marchand. I've been pretty impressed with this kid. Catcher for the Phillies, the 0-1, swung on, chopped foul, 0-2. I don't understand it. I think they think that it's a bigger fan base. Braves country is a much bigger fan base nationwide, worldwide. The 0-2 pitch. Caught, looking strike 3. That's because Bryce Harper sitting on the bench, right? All right, well, that's it. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Whiskey for my men, beer for my horses. Atlanta Braves 5, Phillies 1. Game ball, how do you not give it to Ozzie Albies? Ozzie Albies goes 2 for 2, 3 RBI, and hits a home run. Honorable mention as Schwellenbach gets his second win of the year, drops his ERA to 5.02. Suarez gets his 10th loss. No saves on the night, as it was never within the 3 runs going into the night. There were also no holds. Schwellenbach goes to 2-4. Honorable mention has to be Marcell Ozuna. He had a big fly. And the Braves, all 5 RBIs, 2 off of Marcel's bat with a 2-run shot, 3 off of Ozzy's bat with the 2-run shot, and another run off a single. Kid Kelnick, by the way, not for nothing there. He went 2 for 4. And your Atlanta Braves are back to 9 games over 500. The only guys that got hits tonight. Kelnick got 2 hits, Ozzy got 2 hits, and Marcell got 2 hits. That's it. Those were the 6 hits, but it was enough to beat the Phillies. And tomorrow, unless they make a lineup change here, we would know that in the next hour or so. Raylo on the mound tomorrow to face the Phillies. They have not seen him this year. Remember, he missed that series the first time around. He pitched in the Chicago game, the Chicago series. So we will face Mercado. We'll see what he's about. We have not seen him, and Braves win it. We'll see you tomorrow for pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Have a great night, Braves country. A lot of fun as always. Appreciate you spending your evenings here in Braves country all summer long.
Thank you.